You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, a very good afternoon and warm welcome to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, where our team of fantastic reporters bring you all the goals as they go in across the footballing world. Well, now, yesterday was a day full of drama on Football Live as we witnessed Manchester City's first loss in the league this season away at Wolves. Luton Town won a game in the Premier League for the first time in their history as they beat an Everton team who can't buy a point at home this season. Tottenham Hotspur scored a dramatic late winner again to beat nine-man Liverpool, and they remain one of two unbeaten teams in the Premier League this season. Alongside, of course, their fierce rivals across from North London, that's Arsenal, and they crushed the Cherries 4-0. There was also a huge win for Crystal Palace at Old Trafford. West Ham United maintained their impressive start to the season with another 3 points against Sheffield United. And Newcastle are starting to show some consistency as they beat Burnley. And in the lunchtime game, a real statement of intent from Aston Villa saw them hit Brighton for 6. Well, today we have our amazing reporters all across Europe as we bring you games from the Premier League, the Turkish Super Lig, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga, and of course today is the start of the WSL, and we'll be covering the big game between Arsenal women and Liverpool women. So let's start by getting the team news from our featured game in that Premier League fixture. Duka Dogba is the man at the City Ground to bring us the team news of the game where late goals last season affected the outcome of both Premier League games between Nottingham Forest and Brentford. Welcome to Football Live, Duka.
Good afternoon. Yeah, Forest just made just 3 changes today from their defeat at Manchester City. They've gone for more of an attacking formation today. Callum Hudson-Odoi comes in, Anthony Elanga comes in, and the Brazilian Murillo comes in for his Nottingham Forest debut. Taiwo Amini, he keeps his place, the Nigerian striker, as he looks to add to his 3 goals this season. And Nigerian Ola Aina is dropped from the squad. Brentford just make the one change, and that is Christopher Ager coming in for Ruslev as they try to turn their fortunes around, having lost their last 3 games in all competition.
Thank you, Duka. And for Nottingham Forest, they're starting to make the City Ground a bit of a fortress, aren't they? Unbeaten, obviously, just the 2 games played so far this season, but going back to the back end of last season, 2 wins to see off the end of the campaign at home. It's going to be a tough afternoon for Brentford, isn't it?
Yeah, Nottingham Forest home form is really something to be admired by. Since the start of October 2022, they've only lost 2 home games, with 17 games being played at the City Ground. So everything today is just edging towards a Nottingham Forest win, especially with Brentford's poor form of late.
Indeed. Well, we will see how the game plays out. It's just over 5 minutes or so to kick off at the City Ground. That's Nottingham Forest taking on Brentford. Well, let's head over to Italy now and Serie A, where Udinese are looking to pick up their first win of the season. They take on a Genoa side full of confidence after their 4-1 thrashing against Roma on Thursday night. Covering this one for Football Live is Matt Temporal. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon. Well, things are looking bleak for the home side Udinese, as they have yet to record a league win this season. They start today's match hovering dangerously above the bottom 3 in Serie A. Their opponents Genoa should be in good spirits today after an impressive win midweek against Roma, but they haven't won back-to-back matches in the top Italian division since early 2021. The team news today: Nigerian striker Isaac Success comes into the starting 11 for Udinese. He replaces Florian Thauvin, along with another Watford player, Roberto Pereira, getting a start today. As for Genoa, they make 3 changes to their midfield today, with Kevin Strootman among the players missing out. Fast approaching kickoff here in Italy.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Matt. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. Well, across now to Germany, and the Bundesliga has started on fire. Harry Kane scoring for fun with 8 goals in 6 for Bayern Munich. But yesterday, they couldn't find a way to get the 3 points against an in-form RB Leipzig. Bayern Munich currently top the table, while Stuttgart are in second. But today we're focusing on a game near the foot of the table as winners Darmstadt host Werder Bremen, who still look shaky after their start to the season, despite their come-from-behind victory against FC Köln last weekend. Tom Cooney can bring us bang up to date from the Stadion Al Bullenfalter. Good afternoon, Tom.
Good afternoon, Dean. Yeah, we've got about half an hour to go till kick-off here in Darmstadt. Newly promoted Darmstadt. As you mentioned, it's been a tough start to the season for them. We're 5 games in they're still looking for their first win. Up against a Werder Bremen side who, have had a sticky start, but 2 wins out of the last 3. A win today would probably edge it into being a relatively positive start to the season. Darmstadt in a search of that first win. They make a couple of changes today. In come Maglika and Kemp, replacing Honsak and Riedel. 2 changes there as they come looking for their first win. For Werder, just the one change for them off the back of that victory over Cologne last weekend. Nicholas Stark comes out of the team and he's replaced by captain Christian Gross. One to look out for on the bench today, Guinean international Naby Keita, obviously leaving Liverpool on free transfer at the end of the summer. He's in the side today and will be looking to get on the pitch after getting injured again earlier this season.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. About just over half an hour to that game kicking off in the Bundesliga. So from Germany, we head to Turkey and the Turkish Super Lig. And it's a perfect record on the line today for Fenerbahce. 6 from 6 they currently have, but they could leapfrog Galatasaray and go top today should they secure all 3 points against the stubborn Rizespor team that haven't lost since their opening day defeat to Adana Demirspor. Football Live's Ethan Gardner's in place at the Şükrü Saracoğlu Stadium. Hello, Ethan.
Hello. Yes, as you say, Fenerbahce 6 from 6 so far in the league, and you'd think they won't have to change much, and indeed they don't. Just the one change to their starting lineup today as Bright Osei Samuel, the Nigerian defender, comes into the lineup from their Thursday night win against Istanbul Başakşehir. For their opponents, Rizespor, there are 4 changes. They're, of course, looking to continue the record you just mentioned of not losing since the opening day. The headline is that in midfield, Nottingham Forest loanee Jonjo Shelby has come in to replace Ibrahim Olawayen, the Nigerian midfielder. And they're looking really to change the record in this fixture. Fenerbahce have won the last 8 games against Rizespor. And of course, Fenerbahce themselves, against all teams, are on a run of 7 wins in a row, stretching back to last season. It's going to be a difficult task for Rizespor, the away side, today. Kickoff is at 2 o'clock.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Ethan. And as the team's just starting to make their way out onto the pitch at the City Ground, we've just got time to head to the Women's Super League, which starts today. All 12 teams in action on the opening day. Manchester United and Aston Villa with the early kickoff. It's goalless there with about 20 minutes to go. Brighton Hove Albion women's team are 2 goals to good against Everton in a game kicked off at 1 o'clock. And it's the Norwegian striker Emily Turland who's got both of those goals inside 15 minutes to give the Seagulls the lead against the Toffees. But the game we're featuring on Football Live is Arsenal women versus Liverpool women. And we've got Lyle Anthony Golding there to see if Alyssa Russo's Arsenal women could get over that disappointment of going out of the Champions League to Paris Saint-Germain. He's in place. So good afternoon, Lyle.
Good afternoon, Dean. And yes, we are live here for its last year's 3rd place team against last year's 7th place team, with Arsenal taking on Liverpool. And for the Gunners, it is 3 changes after their horrendous loss against Paris women to go out of the Champions League. We see Jennifer Beattie, Frida Manum, and aforementioned Alessio Russo, new signing from Manchester United, in to the starting lineup. And alongside Russo in that front line is a new signing from Benfica, Chloe Lacasse. In terms of Liverpool, it's an extremely young side today for the Anfield outfit. Captain Taylor Hines is still only 24 years old. And new signings Grace Fisk and Jenna Clark are in the defense, both again under the age of 25, with the only player in the lineup over the age of 30 being Rachel Laws in goal. And just a quick fact on today, Liverpool actually haven't won against Arsenal since July 2016. So, I mean, if you're betting on a team today, it seems smart money to bet on Arsenal.
Absolutely. Well, Arsenal, of course, they fell away at the end of last season when they looked to put their title charge. Well, it got derailed just in the last couple of games of the season, losing to Chelsea, the eventual title winners, and of course Manchester City in the final few games. Liverpool, just their 3rd season in the Women's Super League, following promotion from the Championship. They're looking to make themselves a mainstay and a powerhouse in that league, and we'll see if they can shock the odds with a win against Arsenal. As the teams are just getting ready to kick off at the City Ground. Let's bring you up to date with the scores all around Europe that happened earlier on today. In the English Championship, Leicester City continued their winning ways with a crunching 4-1 victory away at Blackburn Rovers. That season climbed back to the top of the table. 8 wins from 9 games, just the 1 defeat, and 24 points from 9 games season leapfrog Ipswich, who are in second with 22 points. As I mentioned in the Women's Super League with about 18 minutes left to go. It's Aston Villa Women's 0, Manchester United Women's 0, and it's half-time in the game between Everton Women and Brighton Women. It's 2-0 to the visitors there. In La Ligue 1 in France, Reims 2, Lyon 0 is a full-time score. A bit of a shock there sees Reims continue their really fine start to the season. They're up to second in the table. Lille, well, disappointment for them sees them. Lyon, I should say. Disappointment for them. Their season goes from bad to worse. Still no wins from their opening 7 games. They're rock bottom of the table. And they've got a big job on their hands to try and turn things around in Lyon. It's just kicked off in the game between the Havre and Lille. That's why I had Lille on the mind. In Serie A, Bologna with a 3-0 home victory against Empoli. That game just finished, and it's a big result for Bologna, who are up to 8th in the table, just a point shy of those Champions League places. And Empoli, well, they remain second from bottom, just 3 points from their opening 7 games, 1 victory to their name. A big victory that was against Salernitana, who are the spot just above them in the early tables. Games, the two teams are in a huddle at the City Ground. Kickoff very soon in the game between Nottingham Forest and Brentford in the Premier League. In the Eredivisie, Nijmegen lost 3-1 at home to Vitesse. Vitesse maintaining their strong start to the season, and they put themselves. After a poor start to the season, they put themselves back into the race for a potential Europa League playoff place. Imagine it's a poor start to the season for them. It's their second defeat in 3, and they just have 1 victory in their last 4. Games have kicked off elsewhere. In the Liga, Almira 3, Granada 0 is a half-time score. And we've just kicked off in the game at the City Ground, Nottingham Forest versus Brentford, our features game. It's also kicked off in the Women's Super League, Arsenal women taking on Liverpool women. In the Turkish Super League, Karagümrük 2, Kasımpaşa 3 is a full-time score there in the lunchtime kickoff. Very close to kick-off in the game between Fenerbahce and Rizespor. So that brings you bang up to date with the games that have kicked off or already kicked off. Let's get an early check-in in our game in the Super League. Arsenal women versus Liverpool women. A big game to start the Women's Super League. And how have Arsenal started there, Lyle?
I mean, very much on the front foot for Arsenal to start. I mean, Chloe Cass has just won a corner for Arsenal inside a minute and a half. It was some fantastic work down the right side. She dropped the shoulder, skipped past her marker, and won a corner off of the cross. So, I mean, Arsenal looking bright. Liverpool immediately on the back foot. But, I mean, to be honest, it's what I really expected to start this game. So, as it stands, 0-0, but Arsenal are looking threatening already.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, Lyle. Arsenal, as you'd expect, on top early on in that one, and they'll be pushing for goals and pushing to try and keep up with Brighton Hove Albion at the top of the early Women's Super League table. Of course, later on today, there's a big game. London Derby, Chelsea women, the champions, taking on Tottenham Hotspur women. That's a late kickoff. And the 3:00 kickoff is West Ham women taking on Manchester City women. Elsewhere, goalless in the other games, Bristol City versus Leicester City. And Aston Villa are down to 10 men in their game against Manchester United women. A red card just been awarded. It's, I think it's Hansen who's been shown a red card. Kirsty Hansen, the Scottish midfielder. It's been shown a straight red card. And Aston Villa down to 10 men. So, let's go to the game in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest taking on Brentford. Forest making the City Ground a bit of a fortress against a Brentford team that's are consistent, but that consistency hasn't led to points so far for them this season. How's this game started there, Duka?
I mean, Brentford look very nervous at the minute. Aaron Hickey has just picked himself up a yellow card for a foul, I believe, on Awaniyi. So Brentford really not starting the game too well. And Forest have a free kick in a very attacking area at the minute. And it's, again, just Brentford just don't look like they're all set up okay. That Nottingham Forest really are probably going to edge towards a win in this game with how Brentford has started. They look really, really shaky at the minute.
And so Alanga causing a bit of an issue down on that right-hand side as well. They've got so much pace, even despite losing Brennan Johnson to Tottenham just before the transfer window closed.
Yeah, no, I think Forest have recruited really, really well to replace Brennan Johnson. Sorry, and I feel like the way they've set up in this game is to really attack at Brentford. Obviously, they've put a more defensive lineup against Manchester City, but today with Hudson-Odoi and Alanga on the flanks, they're really going to look to exploit the defensive issues that Brentford have at the minute.
Indeed. Well, let's see how that one continues. It's still Nottingham Forest and Brentford. There's just about 3 minutes gone in that game. There has been a goal in the Women's Super League. Aston Villa women have taken the lead against Manchester United women, and it's England midfielder Rachel Daly with the goal there with about 12 minutes to go in that game. It's Manchester United who were down to 10 players, I should say, rather than Aston Villa. It's Kirsty Hansen who was sent off, of course, Manchester United player, not an Aston Villa player. So that brings you up to there. Let's head over to the game in. Let's go to the game in Germany. Fenerbahce versus Rizespor. Ethan Gardner's there to see how Fenerbahce have started as they look to make it 7 from 7.
Well, Fenerbahce have started incredibly quickly. We have actually just had a goal. Edin Dzeko put the ball forward towards Dusan Tadic, who played it across the box, and it's Sebastian Szymanski who scored the goal. Fenerbahce, after just 3 minutes, 1-0 up. There was an incredibly quick start from them. Otherwise, there wasn't really much of a chance. Couple of bitty plays in the midfield. Jonjo Shelby making himself known early for his Espor, but Fenerbahce, pretty much with their first attack, have actually scored. So after just 3 minutes, it's Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0 here.
Well, there we go. The goals literally as they go in on Football Live. Fenerbahce with the lead there against Rizespor. Just took 3 minutes for them to take that lead. Let's go to Italy. Matt Temporal's covering the game between Udinese and Genoa. Two teams struggling at the wrong end of the table. How's the game started there, Matt?
Well, it looks like Genoa have got most of the ball at the moment. They're playing it between the back four. They look confident. Udinese look a little bit in their shell. They're sitting back and just waiting for those Genoa attacks. Of course, Genoa should be buoyed by a great result midweek against Jose Mourinho's Roma. But Udinese, they won't be too worried about a poor start to the season. They always find a way to survive in Serie A without really being spectacular. But at the moment here, not much happening so far. A lot of possession for Genoa. About 5 minutes gone. It's Udinese 0, Genoa 0.
So still goalless in Italy. As we've got the only goal in our early kickoffs here on Football Live, and it's Fenerbahce with the lead against Rizespor. Let's go back to the Premier League. Nottingham Forest taking on Brentford. Forest started the stronger of the two teams. Brentford's had any kind of response in this one, Duka?
I mean, they've had a spell of possession, but this game has really had nothing for it at the minute. I mean, Brentford just look a bit wasteful, and Forest are coping with it fairly comfortably at the minute. I mean, Forest really do need to start using the flanks a bit more, using Alanga, using Hudson-Odoi, because at the minute, you know, as shaky as Brentford are at the minute, Nottingham Forest are not using the utilities they have to exploit Brentford's defence.
And do you see that Forest are likely to sort of regroup, push on, look to sort of test this Brentford back line that have conceded goals at quite an alarming rate?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Forest, as they grow into the game, obviously it's a change of formation from their last game, so a change of system. Once they get used to that and then get used to using Hudson-Odoi and Alanga, I believe that Forest could potentially really run riot in this game.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Duka. We're back with you very, very shortly to bring you updates from that game in the Premier League between Nottingham Forest and Brentford. I can tell you there's been a second goal in the game between Aston Villa women and Manchester United women, and it's Spanish international Lucia Garcia Cordoba with the equaliser for the Red Devils to make it 1 apiece there. So Aston Villa's lead did not last long. 1 apiece in that game. The only other game with goals, it's just kicked off in the second half. Everton women 0, Brighton Hove Albion women 2. We've kicked off in all of our 2 o'clock games across Europe. In League One, Le Havre 0, Lille 0. Nice 0, Brest 0, and Toulouse 0, Metz 0. They're the games going on there. It's Udinese 0, Genoa 0, as we've heard in our featured game in Serie A. Let's go straight back, though, to the Super Lig in Turkey, where Fenerbahce were a goal to the good last time we heard against Rizespor, and they're looking to increase that lead, aren't they, Ethan?
Well, they are, actually. It was very close to being 2-0. Rizespor clearly a little bit nervy after conceding early on, and a loose pass back almost laid in Fenerbahce captain Edin Dzeko to double the lead. He just wasn't quite quick enough to get there. He would have probably beaten the goalkeeper Akan to it, but he couldn't quite get his foot on it. It was cleared. Fenerbahce, though, in complete control at this point. An early goal, of course, puts them in supremacy. After 7 minutes, Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0.
So Fenerbahce firmly on top in that game against Rizespor. So let's go back to the game. Let's go straight back to the game at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest versus Brentford. The ball's gone in the back of the net, but it hasn't stood, Duka.
No, it's not. It was Tyler Awani who finished it off. A brilliant sort of training ground routine from the corner. It was Hudson-Odoi whipped it in. I couldn't quite see who won the header. It might have been Murillo, but he's headed it into the path of Awani, who taps it home. But he is, I believe, just a yard offside there. Linesman's flag went up pretty quickly there. But still 0-0 here at the City Ground.
Still 0-0 at the City Grounds, but Awani so close to carrying on his very impressive goal-scoring record. Nigerian striker in red-hot form for Nottingham Forest. Let's go to Italy. Udinese taking on Genoa. Udinese with a shocking start to the season, just 1 point from their opening 6 games. Genoa, it hasn't been much better for them, and Matt Temporal's covering this one for us, where at least we're getting some chances now, Matt.
Yes, both teams being patient here, but it nearly paid off for Genoa as Udinese midfielder Wallace gave the ball away to Goodmanson, who was running in on the Udinese goal. He squared it to Retegi, but Christensen, the centre-half for Udinese, got across very well and cleared the ball. It looks like Retegi actually hurt himself in the 50-50 challenge in the box. He's getting some treatment right now. But a good chance and good spell for Genoa here. It's Udinese 0, Genoa 0.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Matt. Let's go to the game in the Women's Super League. Arsenal women taking on Liverpool's women. Arsenal with a bright start. Have they been able to keep that going, Lyle?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, they've just been camped inside the Liverpool half for the entirety of the game so far. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times Liverpool have been able to get on the ball here. And Arsenal at the moment have just been knocking around in midfield. Their wide play with Frida Manum and Caitlin Ford has been very, very good. Ford has looked bright to start this game. Nothing but we have clear-cut chances yet. Arsenal have had a couple of corner kicks that have gone wayward, but so far, I mean, there's really nothing coming from Liverpool at the moment. So 12 minutes played, it's still Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0.
Thank you very much, Lyle, there, covering the game between Arsenal women and Liverpool women. So let's just recap the games that we had yesterday in the Premier League. Some big games, some big goals and some big shocks, starting with that huge lunchtime victory for Aston Villa against Brighton Hove Albion. Aston Villa have won 10 in a row at home now following that victory. 6-1 victory, which I don't think anyone saw coming. The two teams, or the two fans before the game, chanting in unison, we're all going on a European tour. Based on the form of that game in particular, there's only one team that looked like they may carry on their form in Europe, and that team would be Aston Villa. But of course, we shouldn't write off Roberto De Zerbi's Brighton Hove Albion team, who have scored at a rate of nearly 4 goals a game since he took charge 180 days ago. So that was the lunchtime kickoff. And then we had the big shocks in the 3 o'clock games, starting with the champions, who had an impressive undefeated record, 100% record, until they took on a Wolves team who had been unlucky in games, certainly against Manchester United, been on top form for a half at least against Liverpool. But that's hasn't yielded them results, hadn't yielded them goals. They managed to get 3 points yesterday. An impressive performance, backs to the wall on occasion, but they were full value for it, taking on a Rodri-less Manchester City. And just how important is he for their team in midfield? We'll see, I suppose, in the next couple of weeks as he serves out the remainder of that suspension following the red cards in that narrow victory against Nottingham Forest, of course, last time out. Nottingham Forest, of course, in action right now in the Premier League, taking on Brentford. They had the ball in the back of the net last time we went to Ducker. And let's find out if they're still on top.
Yeah, still very, very comfortably on top at the minute. Nottingham Forest really are pressing Brentford back, and they're utilising the wings a lot more. Hudson-Odoi and Elanga are getting on the ball a lot and are causing a few issues, but nothing to scream home about just of yet. It's still Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0 at the City Ground.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Duka. So let's go back to the game in Turkey. Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0. Ethan Gardner's there covering that one for us. Fenerbahce on top with the opening goal after 3 minutes, coming close to making it 2. Is it still very much the same, Ethan?
It is very much the same. It's actually almost like watching an attack versus defence training drill. The Rizespor players, despite the fact that they've been on good form, they haven't lost in their last 5 games. They're unbeaten. They've made 4 changes going into today, and it looks like there's no connection at all. They're completely under the cosh. They're not managing to get out anywhere. The only bright spark so far is Jonjo Shelvey. Fenerbahce's attack, if you look at the likes of Dzeko, Tadic, even Fred's getting involved from midfield, looks very bright, and it's surely only a matter of time before they add a second. But after 13 minutes, somehow it's still just 1-0 to Fenerbahce here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ethan. We'll be back to Turkey as soon as anything else happens in that game. So let's just carry on from the Premier League games from yesterday. We're covering on Football Live. So we had that big shock, Manchester City losing at Wolverhampton Wanderers. Crystal Palace were hammered by Manchester United in the Carabao Cup on Wednesday night, but they made a mockery of all those Manchester United fans who thought their team were back. Crystal Palace strolled into town and managed to claim all 3 points in that game. A 1-0 victory for a wonderful volley from Joachim Andersen, smashing it into the top corner from the corner, which saw the Eagles take all 3 points from the Red Devils. Late drama at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for the 2nd week in a row, but there has been a goal in Italy.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's a goal in the game, Udinese versus Genoa. Matt Temporal will tell us which way it's gone.
And it's a goal for Genoa. The away side are winning 1-0 here. I told you they were having a very good spell and looked the most dangerous of the 2 teams. It's Goodmanson with the goal. It's a fantastic finish, but the goal is all of Udinese's own making. It's the goalkeeper. Hits an horrendous goal kick. It goes along the floor, not even halfway through his own box to the Genoa midfield. The ball ends up at the feet of Goodmanson, who's one-on-one with a goalkeeper. He absolutely smashes it into the roof of the net. So Genoa's pressure has paid off here, and Udinese now have a mountain to climb to try and get their season going. It's Udinese 0, Genoa 1.
Udinese's shocking start to the season looks like it's going to continue. So the games we're featuring on Football Live: Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0 in the Premier League. In the Turkish Super League, it's Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0. In the Women's Super League, Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 0. As you've just heard, it's Udinese 0, Genoa 1. And in the Bundesliga, that game kicks off in about 10 minutes' time. We'll be covering Darmstadt versus Werder Bremen. We'll join Tom Cooney as soon as that one kicks off and bring you the action from there. Just carrying on with our little updates from yesterday. We spoke about Crystal Palace's shock victory. So we were just about to talk about the late drama at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham become the 2nd team since Burnley back in 2008 to win 2 home games with stoppage time winners. I suppose with the amount of stoppage time we get in games nowadays, that shouldn't be a surprise. Tottenham Hotspur 2, Liverpool 1. A late own goal from Matip sent the home fans into delirium as they maintain their impressive unbeaten start to the season and sees them just a point behind Manchester City at the top of the table. Keeping a pace with them is Arsenal. Arsenal thrashed Bournemouth 4-0 at the Vitality Stadium. Saka scoring yet again. 85 now consecutive games for Bukayo Saka. Really impressive from the youngster. I'm sure he's going to get football burnout at some point. Odegaard and a first goal for Havertz. Both of those penalties before Ben White scored in injury time to add more gloss onto the scoreline. It sees Arsenal and Tottenham level on 17 points. Both with +9 goal differences and just both a point behind leaders Manchester City. We will continue our Premier League roundup later on in the show, but you are, of course, listening to Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live.
Hit it, boys.
Powered by NairoBet. This is Football Live with Dean Kilford.
Well, they left it late, but they've come from behind to win. Manchester United women with a late winner against Aston Villa women. Rachel Williams with the goal in the 93rd minute to see them surely secure all 3 points, so they're still playing in injury time there. Meanwhile, let's head over to our featured game in the Women's Super League. Arsenal women are taking on Liverpool women, and our reporter there is Lyle Anthony Golding.
I'll tell you what, I've been reporting to you guys about how much Arsenal have been on top in this game. They've just had their 7th corner of the game, and it's an absolute peach of a delivery from Frida Madam. Whips it into the box. Big defender Vauban Moore was up. She has 2 defenders either side of her, rises above both of them, heads it back across the goal, and it's an absolutely fantastic save from Rachel Laws. Sprawls to her right, strong right hand, and gets it out. I'm not quite sure how she's managed to do that, but at the moment, it's still 22 minutes played. Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Anthony. How long can Liverpool hold out in that game? Let's go straight to Turkey in the game between Fenerbahce and Rizespor, where Fenerbahce lead by a goal to 0. They're firmly on top, and they really should have extended their lead, shouldn't they, Ethan?
I'm really not sure how this isn't 2-0 here. Edin Dzeko was in on the goalkeeper. A lovely ball dinked through to him. He was well onside, and somehow one of the defenders for Rizespor managed to get back in front of him and block a shot, which then went for a corner, which was wasted. But you back Edin Dzeko 9 times out of 10 to finish that. Looking at his career, the likes of Inter Milan, Manchester City and Roma, he's a big name striker in Europe, and somehow he didn't take that chance. After 21 minutes, it's still Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0.
Will Rizespor make Fenerbahce pay for missing this or spurning so many chances in that game? Only time will tell. Let's head to our feature game in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest firmly on top against Brentford. Last time we heard, they've had the ball in the back of the net, ruled out for offside. Orani just offside. It was deemed by VAR. Duka Dogba is there to bring us bang up to date. Are Forest still on top?
Yeah, I'd say Forest are still on top, but it's been a bit of a snooze fest. I can't lie to you. It just seems like both teams are just very happy to play for the draw at the minute. As much as Forest have that attacking prowess of, Alanga, Hudson-Odoi and Awaniyi going forward, that just the case they're not utilising them at all with the injuries that Brentford have at the back with Rico Lewis being out, Ben Mee. It's really not been too much of an interesting game as of yet to really see a real Forest chance apart from that offside goal from Awaniyi.
Well, hopefully the game picks up for you then. Forest still, Brentford 0. You probably see that as a better point for Brentford than Nottingham Forest at this stage, although it would keep Nottingham Forest home records intact for this season, still remaining unbeaten. Let's go straight back to a very interesting game in Turkey, where Fenerbahce were on top. I just said, as we came away from Ethan, that they need to be careful in case Rizespor do make them pay, and they almost did.
Well, as you say, Fenerbahce have to be careful. They've not been taking their chances. And at the other end, there was a really well-executed counter. Gustavo Sauer, the Brazilian right winger for Rizespor, broke away from his man, Kadioglu, on that right-hand side. He fired across the box, and Varasanovic, the attacking midfielder for Rizespor, found himself completely unmarked. He unleashed a really powerful half volley, and it's an excellent save from Croatian goalkeeper Dominik Livakovic to keep Fenerbahce in the lead. They really do have to be careful. They're not caught napping here. They are still only 1-0 up after 23 minutes.
Thank you very much. Meanwhile, in Italy, there's been another goal.
goals, powered by NairaBet.
And let's head straight over to Matt Temporal, who could describe the goal. It's been a poor start to the season for Udinese, but this could be the turning point.
It could very well be the turning point. And this goal literally has come out of nowhere for Udinese. They've had a lot of the ball since Genoa took the lead, but they haven't created any chances whatsoever. But they rely on a bit of good luck here. A hopeful ball gets whipped into the box. It cannons off the knee of a Genoa defender. Very lucky, falls into the path of Lorenzo Luca, whose first touch is excellent, and he volleys it into the roof of the net. A bit of a screamer, to be honest. There was a VAR check for a potential handball, but that was quickly waved away, and the goal was given. So Udinese given a way back into this game, seemingly from out of nowhere. Let's see if they can get their season kick-started and see if they can do their usual survival in Serie A. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 1.
Well, maybe that's just the look at Udinese need to get their season back on track. Let's go straight back to the game in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest taking on Brentford at the City Ground. We asked for chances, Duka, and you're starting to get them.
Yeah, I'm starting to wake up a bit more now. Anthony Elanga with a very, very good chance. He gets the ball on the right-hand side and there's a few little step-overs, beats his man and has a shot and it's just wide. But hopefully this livens up the game a bit now. And hopefully we can see some goals in this one.
Indeed, I'm with you there all the way. Football Live, you are listening to where we bring you all the goals as they happen around Europe and indeed around the world. So let's bring you up to date with some of the earlier games in case you missed them. So in the English Championship, Blackburn Rovers 1, Leicester City 4. Leicester City storm back to the top of the Championship, looking to make it a quick stop in the Championship and return back to the Premier League. The former Premier League winners, of course, Jamie Vardy amongst the goals in that thumping win for the away team. It has finished in the earlier game in the Women's Super League, the first Women's Super League game of the season. Aston Villa women 1, Manchester United women 2. A late winner for Rachel Williams saw Manchester United come from behind after Rachel Daly had given Aston Villa the lead with just 10 minutes to go. It's currently Everton women 1, Brighton women 2. Turland with 2 goals for the visitors inside the opening 14 minutes. But just a moment ago, Megan Finnegan has reduced the arrears for the home side. So 2-1 the score in that game. There's about 20 minutes or so to play there in the game we're featuring here on Football Live. Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 0. And that's also the score in the other game currently going on between Bristol City women and Leicester City women. In France, the Liga, it's Reims 2, Lyon 0. That's a full-time score as Lyon's poor start to the season continues. Elsewhere, it's goalless in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Le Havre versus Lille, Nice versus Brest, and Toulouse versus Metz. Meanwhile, back in Italy, there's been a third goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
But which way has it gone? Let's join Matt Temporal to find out.
And Genoa have retaken the lead in this game. You can't say that they don't deserve it. I mean, Udinese must be kicking themselves after drawing level just moments ago. It's Goodmanson again with the half volley from the edge of the box. Again, a hopeful ball gets whipped in, a poor clearance by the Udinese defence, and it's fallen to Goodmanson at the edge of the box, who takes a nice touch and volleys it into the bottom corner. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
Well, Udinese's luck hasn't held out, and it didn't take long for Genoa to retake the lead there. Let's go back to the game in the Women's Super League. Goalless last time we heard between Arsenal and Liverpool. Arsenal all on top, but Liverpool's starting to come into it, Anthony Golding.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how Liverpool haven't scored there. It was a cross into the box from Holland from the right-hand side. Hinsberger, the Arsenal keeper, has no one in Liverpool think around her. And somehow she goes up to claim the ball and she spills it right to the feet of Liverpool captain Taylor Hines, who was an open net, swings a right boot at it, and somehow Jen Beattie picks out a right boot, prevents the goal. Massive goal line block. And just like that, Arsenal have been shown, listen, you better keep your eyes on the ball because Liverpool aren't just here to take part.
There you go. That's the warning sign, similar to the game in Turkey between Fenerbahce and Rizespor. It just takes a moment to score. Meanwhile, a goal that we thought had been given hasn't been given, Matt Temporal. So it is still one apiece in the game to Udinese and Genoa. What happened? That must have been quite a lengthy VAR check.
There was a very lengthy VAR check. Wasn't helped by the Udinese manager complaining a lot to the fourth official. The referee had to come over and have a word with him before the check even took place. But it turns out that there was a player impeding the vision of the Udinese goalkeeper who was in an offside position. And the referee, after being consulted by VAR, has ruled the goal out. So Udinese given a lifeline here. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 1.
Well, there we go, Matt. Maybe this is the day where Udinese get their first 3 points this season if they can complete the turnaround. Luck seemingly on their side. Let's go back to the game in the Premier League, the English Premier League. It's Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0. Signs that Brentford are starting to come back into this one, Ducker?
Yeah, Brentford are having a very decent spell for and Niakate for Forest has just picked up a yellow, and Brentford had a free kick in a very decent attacking area, but it was well defended by Nottingham Forest. But at the minute, Brentford are seeming to have a very, very decent spell, and hopefully they can make it count and turn that decent possession into a goal.
The game's certainly starting to liven up as the rain comes lashing down at the city. I was going to say the city of Manchester, at the City Ground in Nottingham. So still goalless there. We've just kicked off in the game between Darmstadt and Werder Bremen. That game is about 3 minutes old, where there's already been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's Darmstadt who have taken the lead. Matthias Bader with the goal for the home side. Very, very shortly, we will go and join Tom Cooney, who's covering that game for us to bring us bang up to detail with all of that. But as it stands, 4 minutes gone in that game, Bader's goal has given Darmstadt the lead against Werder Bremen. So Darmstadt 1, Werder Bremen 0 as it stands. There's been a goal in France in the Liga. Toulouse 1, Metz 0. And in the women's...
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And in the Women's Super League, Bristol City women have taken the lead against Leicester City women. As I said, all the goals as they go in here on Football Live. Let's go over to Germany now. Tom Cooney covering the game, Darmstadt versus Werder Bremen. And what a start for the home side.
Dean, it's been a brilliant start for the home side. Straight from the off, they've come right out with it. No major quality. The first few minutes, there was a lot of head tennis, but they just seem to start quicker. And they've capitalised on a mistake in the midfield by Werder Bremen, who got their first bit of possession in the game. A sloppy pass. Darmstadt broke down the left-hand side, and they just caught Bremen cold. The ball came over was crossed over to the far post, where Barder was coming in completely unmarked, acres of space to take his time and side foot a volley into the near post corner. The keeper no chance. 4 minutes gone here in Darmstadt, and they lead by 1-0.
What a fast start we've had there in Germany as Darmstadt look to get their first victory of the season. Earlier on, I was telling you about the game in the Liga. Almeria were 3-0 up at half-time against Granada. Suarez with a hat-trick, 3 in 5 minutes towards the end of the half. Well, game very much on as Granada have scored twice quickly themselves. Zaragoza reduced the arrears just 5 minutes ago. And just literally a minute ago, Puertes has managed to side foot in from inside the area to make it 3-2 and set up a grandstand finale in that game. So Almeria 3, Granada 2 in La Liga. Later on, of course, we'll be covering the feature game, Alvarez versus Osasuna. We'll have team news for you very, very shortly from that game. Heading round the grounds, let's go back to Turkey, the game between Fenerbahce and Rizespor. Last we heard, Rizespor caused Fenerbahce a bit of a scare. Is it normal service resumed, Ethan?
More or less, yes. And actually, it's starting to get, even as a spectator here, it's starting to get a little bit frustrating that Fenerbahce haven't scored a second. They keep getting to the edge of Rizespol's box, trying to whip an opportunity inside, and it's actually becoming quite stubborn defence from Rizespol to keep this 1-0. The likes of Dzeko, Tadic, Fred, Szymanski, they're all queuing up to try and work opportunities. It's a very lethal attack, as so far this season has shown, and yet they still haven't scored a second. After 34 minutes here, Rizespol just frustrating the hosts. It's Fenerbahce 1, Rizespol 0.
Thank you very much, Fenerbahce, being frustrated by Rizespol, but they still have that goal lead. Let's go back to the Women's Super Lig. Arsenal starting to knock on the door against Liverpool, Lyle.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that one Liverpool chance, it's really just gone back to the norm, and it's been all Arsenal. It was another kick. This time it was Frida Manum who took it short. She played it short to Stephanie Catley, who tried to play the ball into the box. It was cleared only as far as Liverpool captain in her hands, who just looked to fall asleep in her own box, and it gave Manum the opportunity to nip in, win the ball off her, and fire an arrowing shot that was heading destined for the top right corner off her left foot. But again, Rachel Laws with a very save. So at the moment, 36 minutes played. It is still Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0.
Sounds like it's only a matter of time there for Arsenal to open their account for the season. Let's go back to Italy. It's Serie A. Udinese taking on Genoa. Udinese getting a bit of a reprieve with a lengthy VAR check disallowing a second Genoa goal. How have Udinese responded to that fortune, Matthew?
Well, I have to say it's still Genoa that are having most of the ball and most of the chances. It's interesting, actually. Genoa had a very good season last season, getting promoted from Serie B, and they've had a fantastic start to this season. And you can see why. They look very comfortable on the ball, very happy to wait for their opponents to come out of their shape before attacking on the counter-attack. Udinese at the moment not really providing anything. Their goal came from a huge slice of luck. And at the moment, they'll be waiting for half-time and regrouping and hoping to be much more impressive and on the front foot in the second half. At the moment, there's about 10 minutes until half-time. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 1.
There's still a goal apiece there. It's the away side looking they're more likely to take all 3 points. Well, later on this evening, or this afternoon, I should say, we bring you our feature game from La Liga. Well, Alaves take on Osasuna. Both teams will be hoping that this will be the game to kickstart their season. Reporting from the Mendizorroza Stadium is Cameron Milson. I believe the team news are out. Good afternoon, Cameron.
Yep, good afternoon.
So
at the stadium. Sorry to cut in on you there.
That's okay, Cameron. Yeah, what's the headline team news today?
Okay, so at the stadium Mendizorroza, Deportivo Alaves, they've changed the lineup completely now. They've made a total of 5 substitutions, switching half the outfield players. They've now gone into a 4-3-3 rather than a 4-3-2-1. Real Madrid wonder kid Antonio Blanco starts, and Ruben Duarte, who they managed to keep in the summer, replaces Peñas at left back. And for Osasuna, they'll be hoping to obviously recover from that mental collapse against Atletico Madrid that saw Jimmy Avila sent off for stomping on Alvaro Morata. They've made 4 changes in attacking areas. Both the Garcias are in. And youngster Iker Munoz looks to provide some legs in midfield.
Brilliant stuff. We'll be back with you, Cameron, for that game, Alaves versus Osasuna. Meanwhile, back in Turkey, there has been a second goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And he may have been guilty of missing a glorious chance earlier, but Edin Dzeko has doubled Fenerbahce's lead, and the pressure has counted. It's Fenerbahce 2, Rizespor 0. We'll be joining Ethan very, very shortly to get details of that second goal in Turkey. So let's just run through the games we're covering here on Football Live. In the English Premier League, Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0. In the Women's Super League, Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 0. In Germany, Darmstadt with a fast start, lead by goals 0 against Werder Bremen. And in Italy, Udinese 1, Genoa 1. Let's go straight to Turkey, though. Let's hear about that second goal for Fenerbahce with Ethan Gardner.
Well, I talked about how stubborn Rizespol's defence had been. This time they're unpicked on the counter-attack. The ball won back by Fenerbahce right-back Bright Osei Samuel. And the ball eventually worked forward to ex-Manchester United midfielder Fred, who was in on the right-hand side of the box. He slid it across, and there to tap into an empty net from not far out at all was the captain, Edin Dzeko. Finally, it's a second for Fenerbahce. Will this be the floodgates? After 39 minutes here, it's Fenerbahce 2, Rizespor 0.
Well, Fenerbahce 2 goals to the good, and you can only see them increasing that lead, and that will be a real statement of intent as they look to leapfrog Galatasaray, and certainly will leapfrog Galatasaray at top of the Turkish Super League and maintain their impressive victories. 7 from 7 it'll be if they hold on this afternoon. Let's go back to the game at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford on the Premier League in the closing 6 minutes or so there. The game just sort of evening out after a couple of chances for either side.
Yeah, it's still been an absolute snooze fest here. Nottingham Forest are really missing that creative spark that Morgan Gibbs-White gives them. They're not really creating anything in a minute. And the same with Brentford. There is really nothing in between either side at the minute. I believe I just saw a stat earlier. That's 0 shots on target so far in this half. It's really not been a great game of football, and not really been a great one for anyone who supports neither of these teams, because it's, like I say, it's just been an absolute snooze fest. Nottingham Forest really haven't got going, and Brentford are soaking up the pressure really, really well and defending well. But again, aren't really doing much on the attack. At the City Ground so far, it is Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0.
Thank you very much, Dicker. So still goalless in that game. A game we are featuring on Football Live that does have a goal as our game in Germany. Darmstadt with the early goal against Werder Bremen. Darmstadt started the game strongly, rewarded with a goal. Have they managed to continue that impressive start, Tom?
Well, it's certainly given them a bit of confidence. Obviously, as I mentioned beforehand, 5 games gone. They've lost 4 of them. So there's a real opportunity today. The games, I mentioned that there wasn't much quality before that first goal went in. And that's continued to be the theme. A lot of loose passing. The ball's been in the air quite a bit. But the important thing is for Darmstadt is they've got that goal. And you can sense that there's a little bit of confidence and they feel like they've got something to fight for. Werder Bremen coming back into it a little bit. They've had a bit more possession the last 5 minutes. But long way to go in this one before the home fans can start celebrating. They've got something to defend, and they look like they're going to give everything to do that. 13 minutes gone. It's Darmstadt 1, Werder Bremen 0.
There's still a goal to the good for Darmstadt, looking for their first win of the season. Meanwhile, in Italy, we do now have a third goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it seems like Udinese's luck was short-lived. It's Genoa who have retaken the lead. And it's that man again, Gudmundsson. Let's join Matt to hear all about that goal over in Italy.
Yes, and finally, Genoa have retaken the lead here. It's been coming. Udinese got away with one with a disallowed goal moments ago. And it's Gudmundsson again, who could well be on a hat-trick. The front two for Genoa have been very, very impressive, causing lots of problems for the Udinese defence. But this is a masterclass in how to turn defence into attack. In the speed of light, Malinovsky with the ball close to his own corner flag. He hits a wonderful pass almost towards the edge of the opposition box. It's chested down by Retegui. He lays off Gudmundsson, who finishes it past the goalkeeper. It did take a slight deflection, but the speed of Genoa's counter-attacking there shows just why they are having a good season. Udinese, quite frankly, are having a bit of a damp squib so far this season and look like they're in for another relegation battle. At the moment, though, we're fast approaching half-time. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
So Genoa finally do get that second goal and on course for 3 points against winless Udinese. We told you about a second goal in Turkey, but VAR seems to be having a bit of fun with us here. Another really, really lengthy check. We didn't even know a VAR check was going on about this goal, but that second Fenerbahce goal has been disallowed. To tell us more about it is Ethan Gardner.
Well, much to the annoyance of Edin Dzeko and the Fenerbahce coaching staff, after a very lengthy check, it was a couple of minutes worth here, a handball has been given against Fenerbahce in the build-up. It was Brightesay Samuel who was winning the ball back from an aerial ball up against a Rizespor player. The ball bounces up. His arm is, by the letter of the law, in an unnatural position. It does hit his hand, And as a result, the entire goal, despite the lovely build-up for Fenerbahce, has been ruled out. We are back to 1-0 here. The resulting free kick for Rizespor was completely wasted. They actually ended up committing a foul in attack. Fenerbahce have regained possession and calmed things back down, but they will be frustrated that they're back just to 1-0 here after 44 minutes.
So just 1-0 there. Let's go back to the game, the Women's Super League. Arsenal taking on Liverpool, and Arsenal, they just can't find a way through this Liverpool rearguard, but they're coming mighty close, aren't they, Lyle?
Yeah, they are, and we nearly just had an absolutely spectacular goal for Arsenal, and it was their captain, Kim Little. The ball was deflected out right onto the edge of the box. Little collected it on her right foot. It was Fuka Nagano who came in to try and press her. Little dropped the shoulder, left Nagano sliding, had the ball on her left foot, and unleashed a corker that was heading to the top corner once again. And I tell you what, it's about the third or fourth time I've said it, but Rachel Laws with another brilliant save to keep Liverpool in it. So at the moment, we've got about half a minute until halftime. We're into first half stoppage time here, but it's still Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0 somehow.
So somehow still goalless there. It isn't goalless in the other 2 o'clock kickoff in the game between Bristol City women and Leicester City women. I can tell you that Leicester have equalised in that game. It's made it 1 apiece there. It's just in the second minute of stoppage time. Elsewhere, it's about 3 minutes to go in the game between Everton women and Brighton women. Brighton women still holding on by 2-1. Those 2 early Turlin goals have seemingly given the Seagulls all 3 points to start the season, and they will join Manchester United on top of the very, very early Premier League, Women's Super League table, I should say. Let's go straight over to where chances are happening thick and fast. Fenerbahce taking on Rizespor, and Zeko getting close again.
Well, dearie me, it must be taking all of his experience for Edin Dzeko to be keeping his head in the game. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper again and miscued a shot within the 6-yard box past the post. I think the fans, the players, the managers, the coaching staff, everyone is getting frustrated that this isn't 2-0. We're approaching half-time here, and something is going to have to be said if they're going to improve. They are still winning the game. They're keeping an 100% record, but it should be a lot more than just the 1-0 that it is after 46 minutes. Fenerbahce 1, Rizespor 0.
You wonder if they'll be left kicking themselves in this game if they don't claim all 3 points and maintain that 100% winning record. Let's go back to the game between Nottingham Forest and Brentford, where the visitors came very, very close to taking the lead.
Yeah, Brentford are looking a lot better now. A really well free kick routine, actually. It was a couple passes played and the ball over the top into the left-hand side. I think it was Lewis Potter who put the ball then into the box, and Vitaly Yanelt really should have done a lot better with it. He hit the shot straight at Matt Turner, and he parried it, and then there was an absolute scramble in the box where Wisser and Norgard both had stabs at the ball, and in the end it went out, I believe, for a corner, and that corner was wasted. But Brentford are looking a lot better now and are creating a fair few chances and putting Nottingham Forest under a bit of pressure. But as it stands at the City Ground, it is Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0.
They're still goalless there, but Brentford's coming so close to taking the lead. Let's go and hear about a yellow card in the game between Udinese and Genoa, Matt Temporal.
Yes, it's a yellow card for Nigerian Isaac Success, the centre-forward for Udinese. Probably a bit of frustration. Udinese have struggled to get their forwards into the game, and he trips a defender who was looking to counter on Udinese. It'd be interesting to see how many touches Udinese have had inside the box. Not many apart from the goal. So Udinese a bit frustrated here. They're hoping to get to half-time, just 1 goal down, and see what they can do in the second half. We're in injury time in the first half here. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
So Udinese 1, Genoa 2, but a yellow card for Success. Not been a successful start to the season for Udinese, that's for sure. Let's get the first of our half times. They're starting to come in now around the ground. So we'll go to the Women's Super League game between Arsenal and Liverpool, where Arsenal have been frustrated in their attempts to try and break through this Liverpool rearguard.
Yeah, they have really, and I mean the stats sort of tell the story. It's not often that, stats do lie, and Arsenal have had 60% possession 8 shots to Liverpool's 6, but 3 on target. Liverpool have only had 1. And overall, it's just been a fantastic performance from Arsenal women so far. Not quite sure how they haven't scored. Rachel Laws has made some absolutely spectacular saves in goal for Liverpool. I think Kim Little in the middle of the park for Arsenal has been sensational. Her link-up play, her passing, her composure has all been very, very good. Caitlin Ford going forward has also looked spectacular so far. Had a couple of flicks, couple of tricks, couple of skills. Not much yet from Alessia Russo. Hasn't been able to get herself into the game. The new striker for Arsenal, obviously signed from Manchester United. But all she really needs is one chance, to be fair. So at the moment, as we said, it's halftime here at the Emirates. It's still Arsenal nil, Liverpool nil, and Arsenal really look on top of things.
Absolutely. Thanks, Lyle. Arsenal looking to start the season on the strong foot, and certainly with their new talismanic striker, Alyssa Russo. Hopefully she'll get a chance to get among the goals in that game in the second half, unless, of course, you're a Liverpool fan. Let's half-time in the game in Italy. Udinese losing by 2-1 at home to Genoa. Matt, things going from bad to worse, really, for the home side?
Yeah, frustrating is the word that I would use. They've looked very lackluster going forward, where on the contrary, you've got to look at Genoa, and they look so dangerous going forward. That will be the most worrying thing for Udinese. It's all right keeping the ball, but you need to create something when you've got the ball. And that's something that Genoa are doing very well. Their front two, Goodmanson and Retegui, are linking up so well. Goodmanson already scoring 2 goals in this game. Could have had 3 if it wasn't for an offside, which prevented Genoa retaking the lead after Udinese equalised with a huge slice of luck. So Udinese will definitely be looking to improve in the second half of this game. They need to get their season going. Genoa, be interesting to see how they start the second half. Will they continue to play as commandingly as they are, or will they sit back a little bit more? At the moment, though, at half-time, it is Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
Thanks very much. It's half-time in the game at the City Ground. It's Brentford nil. Nottingham Forest nil, Brentford nil. Meanwhile, in Germany, there's been a second goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Darmstadt have doubled their lead. Tim Skok has scored a second and rewarded their fast start in this one. We are going over to the studio in Nigeria very, very shortly, so we will get an update on that as soon as we get back from Tom Cooney, who is at the ground watching that. Meanwhile, you are listening to Football Live. I'm thrilled to hand you back to FJ and the team.
You are listening to Football Live.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. This is Football Live with Dean Kilford.
Well, thank you very much to FJ and the team in the studio. And I can tell you, FJ, the last time that Tottenham beat Liverpool was 6 seasons ago at Wembley Stadium, a 4-1 victory for Tottenham on that occasion, which at the time was a bit of a curtain call moment for Liverpool. They then went and signed Van Dijk and the rest, and well, you know what's happened since. Speaking of Liverpool, there's been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And the reason why I say it involves Liverpool, because it does involve Liverpool. They have taken the lead against Arsenal. Arsenal's complete dominance in the first half, but it's the visitors that have taken the lead. Here to bring us up to date with that goal is Lyle Anthony Golding.
And the second half has started with the complete inverse of the first. And Liverpool immediately, 2 minutes into the second half, were on Arsenal in a flash. They win the ball back high in the Arsenal half. It was Hobbinger who won the ball back, slipped in. Liverpool youth player, Scouser herself, Missy Kearns, who just cut the ball back. It was a brilliant pass across the box, and Miri Taylor was standing free as a bird to tap it in to a virtually open net. Zinsberger couldn't get across to keep it out, and Liverpool, out of nothing here, have come out like a bullet in the second half. 48 minutes played, it's Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1.
Well, a potential shock on the cards there. Liverpool taking the leads against Arsenal in the first day of the Women's Super League fixture. Let's go and hear about the goal in Germany. Darmstadt scored a second just before we went to the studio. Let's get bang up to date with that goal and what's happened since with our man Tom Cooney.
Yes, Dean, just before the break there, Darmstadt doubling their advantage in this game. Werder Bremen just simply haven't been able to cope with the direct nature of the home side today. It was a strange goal. It was Matej Maglica had the ball in the left-back position for Darmstadt. You're thinking for all the world that he needs to either play it back to the keeper or put it out of play. He turns around and plays a blind pass into midfield, which under normal circumstances you'd say is a risky decision. It falls to a Werder player who miscontrols it. The Darmstadt player turns, spins it right in behind to Tim Skarka, who has the freedom of the pitch to run in behind from the left wing and finesse a lovely finish into the far corner. It's another example of the away side. They've just not been alive to the danger today. And just before you came to me there, it was Sen Lin got himself in the book for Werder Bremen. He stopped a very dangerous attack on halfway with a 1-2 that would have seen a Darmstadt player through 1v1 with the keeper. So, yeah, Werder Bremen up against it here. We are 39 minutes gone, and Darmstadt lead by 2-0.
It's looking a very strong start for Darmstadt, looking to get their first win of the season. I was telling you about that game in the Liga earlier on, Almeria with a 3-0 advantage at half-time. I said Granada, the comeback was on. Well, they did equalise in the 86th minute. Azuni, the Algerian, with the equalising goal to make it 3-3 there in that game. Of course, we'll be bringing you the game between Alaves and Osasuna. Kick off in about 5 minutes there, and Cameron Wilson is the man covering that one. Let's go and hear about the game in the English Premier League. Nottingham Forest taking on Brentford 0-0 at half-time. We're underway in the second half. How are things started in this second half, Duka?
Well, Brentford ended the first half on top, and they've started the second half exactly how they ended the first half. Brentford are piling on the pressure to Nottingham Forest here. They had I wouldn't say a brilliant opportunity to score, but they put a lot of pressure on Matt Turner, who found himself about 40, 50 yards out from his goal, tried to bring the ball down, and luckily got it away in the end, but could have caused some serious problems for Nottingham Forest. But Brentford at the minute are keeping the possession, putting pressure on Nottingham Forest, and are looking the more likely to score out of the two teams.
Indeed. Well, with Visa and Bumo up front, there's always a danger when Brentford are playing. Brentford, towards the end of last season, certainly did have some impressive away victories. I remember them winning at Stamford Bridge and I think at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as well towards the end of the season. Meanwhile, in Turkey, there has been a second goal in the second half.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
We'll wait and see if this one stands, but Irfan Kankovici has scored a second for Fenerbahce, who have eventually and finally doubled their lead. We'll go and join our reporter over in Turkey, Ethan Garner, very, very shortly to get details of that one. Meanwhile, let's go straight back to the game at the City Grounds. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 0, but it nearly wasn't.
Yeah, really, really good chance. I just spoke earlier about a couple of minutes ago about Matt Turner, about him keeping on hold to the ball a bit too long, and it happened again, this time just inside his penalty area, and it's Wissa who puts the pressure on him and gets a touch on the ball as it's creeping towards the goal. Defender comes across and clears it off the line, but Nottingham Forest really on the back foot here, and it's Brentford who are piling on the pressure.
So Brentford's really pushing for an early goal in the start this second half. Let's go and hear about the goal that has gone in and does stand in Turkey. Fenerbahce 2, and Rizespor 0. Ethan, a long time coming, but thoroughly deserved.
Thoroughly deserved indeed. And as you say, no VAR check here. This goal has stood. It was a nicely worked corner routine, which was played short and worked for Sebastian Szymanski, the scorer of the first goal. He crossed it in and it fell to the feet of right winger Kadeci, who placed the ball into the top left-hand corner really nicely. I mean, Rizespor made 3 changes at half-time. Clearly something had to change. Unfortunately for them, Fenerbahce seemed to start halves incredibly quickly. That's the second goal within the first 3 minutes of a half here. To give you an idea of the dominance, I saw a graphic going around at half-time showing the average position of each player for both teams, and every single Rizespor player, bar one, was inside their own half on average for the entire first half. So it is entirely deserved that after 48 minutes, here it is Fenerbahce 2, Rizespor 0.
Fenerbahce with a goal early in both halves of that game to give them a 2-goal lead. Let's go and check in our featured game in Serie A. Udinese 1, Genoa 2. We're about 6 minutes or so into the second half there. Any sign of Udinese coming back into this one, or are Genoa still on top?
I'd have to say that Genoa is still on top. Udinese can't afford to let this game drift away. It's been very stop-start at the start of this second half, and that's exactly what Genoa will want, because they'll be looking to pounce on any opportunity that Udinese give them on the counter-attack to make their lead 3-1 in this game. At the moment, though, there has been one change at half-time by Udinese manager Andrea Sotil. It was number 33, Jordan Zamora, the Zimbabwe international, who came on to replace the Ivorian Hassane Kamara. They had to change something. Will that change give Udinese the spark that they need to get back into this game? It's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
So still 2-1 to Genoa there. Meanwhile, there's a VAR check for a possible red card in the game between Nottingham Forest and Brentford. But we have our betting expert, Ayo Allenby, who's here to tell us all about the latest odds. Good afternoon, Ayo. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very well, thank you. How are you today?
Very, very good. When football's on, I'm always good, Ayu. I can tell you that Nottingham Forest are down to 10 men. Niakite has just been sent off. So we're here to discuss the game actually that's taking place tomorrow night. Chelsea taking on Fulham, that West London derby. So Ayu, what are the latest odds looking for that game?
The bookies don't seem to surprise. They don't stop surprising me on a daily basis. I've got something quite shocking here for you. Chelsea are favourites at 2.00 to win the game at Fulham tomorrow. A draw is at 3.50, while Fulham are 3.80. Why? I know Fulham are no great shakes, but why will Chelsea, for any reason, be favourites in any game? Let me tell you one damning statistics about Chelsea. Chelsea have played 35 Premier League games this calendar year. Chelsea have, in the last 35 games, they have an average of 0.8 points per game. And in a 38-game season, that will relegate you in every season of the Premier League so far. It will have you bottom of the league in about 5 of the Premier League seasons. It just shows you how dire, how poor, how diabolical, how rancid Chelsea are. How anyone makes them favorites, I have no idea. They've won 7 games this year. Out of the 7, there was Wimbledon, there was Bournemouth, and there was one other non-league team or something like that. Those are the only 3 games they've won this calendar year. That is quite a shocking statistics. And they lost at Fulham last season. So I'm going for Fulham to win the game at 3.80. And if you don't think they'll win, if you think it's a draw, 3.50. But I wouldn't be touching Chelsea with a barge pole. No chance. And for correct score line, I would tend to go for Fulham to win 2-1 or 2-0 even. Fulham 1-0 is 10.00, Fulham 2-0 is 19.00, and 2-1 is 12.00. Chelsea don't score goals. Why would I think they will score this time around? They don't create enough chances, and when they create the few chances they do, they miss the chances. Their finishing is atrocious. I'm going all out on Fulham on this. Fulham to win the game 2-0 at 19.00. And I'm actually also going to go Fulham. So first half and second half, Fulham at 6.00 to win the first half and the second half. A draw in the first half and Fulham for second half is 7.50. And Chelsea to be leading and Fulham to win is 34.00. But whichever the case is, I believe Fulham will be winning the game, whether it's Fulham or draw Fulham or Chelsea Fulham. So it's 6.00, 7.50 and 34.00 for Chelsea to lead half time and Fulham to come back and win the game. For the first goal scorer. And for the first goal scorer, we've got Raheem Sterling at 6.00. That's a shocking price. Noni Madueke is 9.00. Has he scored any opening goal this season? No. When was the last time he scored the first goal in any game? Maybe before Christ, a long time ago. So it's a damning statistics on Chelsea, and I wouldn't be touching Chelsea until they sort their form out. Until further notice, personally. Chelsea not to win any game, not to score any goals, because they are that poor. So I'm going to go with Fulham. I'm all out on Fulham today to beat Chelsea.
So that victory over Brighton in the Carabao Cup hasn't swayed your thoughts on Chelsea at all?
No, it hasn't at all.
Well, meanwhile, I can tell you that there has been a goal whilst we've been on air with IU.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Brentford had taken the lead against Nottingham Forest. We'll join Duka very, very shortly. Have we got any latest odds on that game now following that goal? Nottingham Forest down to 10 and Brentford taking the leads. Do you have those odds to hand?
Yeah, I've got the odds to hand. And of course, you can't back Brentford to win the game again. They are 1-0 up. They are a man up. And they are 1.02 to win the game. That's a shocking statistic. There's no point in backing that. But Nottingham Forest to come back and win the game is 22.00 for lovers of Nottingham Forest. But remember, they are a man down, and you don't often come back with 10 men to win a game in the Premier League. So mind that, put that in the back of your mind.
Indeed. Oh, thank you very much. As always, IU with the latest odds powered by NairaBet. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Take care.
You too. We'll see you again next Saturday. IU Allenby, our betting experts from NairaBet. We've talked about all the action that happened at the City Ground. Let's hear about it firsthand from Duka Dopner.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the second half is a complete different contrast to the first half. It's all gone off here. First of all, obviously the red card for Niakite. It's a definite red. It's the ball sort of in between him and Wissa as they're running backwards. The ball's bouncing up. And as he's gone to sort of control the ball, his foot has gone down the back of Wissa's leg and catches him. And it's a yellow card. He was already on a yellow, so the red had to be given. And then from that free kick given, a ball is whipped in and Christian Norgard rises highest to it and heads home for Brentford. And it's a well-deserved lead from how the second half has started. Brentford have been all over Nottingham Forest at the minute. And as it stands at the City Ground, Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1.
So it's all been going on there at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest 0, Brentford 1. Let's check in. Let's check in at the game that's kicked off in Spain. Cameron Wilson is covering our game in the Liga. Alaves versus Osasuna. How's this one started, Cameron?
Yes, it's been very tense so far. The Deportivo Ala fans are making so much noise. You'll be amazed if you can hear anything else. They had a free kick just earlier on, and Hadji bent it like you wouldn't believe, going in that near post, and Sergio Herrera just gets there. He does a little one of them little goalkeeper step hops just to try and get quick to get down, and it's lucky for him it's low because he just gets to the bottom right corner in enough time. It's still 0-0, 8 minutes in.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Cameron. Let's go straight to the Women's Super League, the game between Arsenal and Liverpool. Last we heard Liverpool taking a shock lead at the start of the second half. Arsenal were top for the whole of the game before then. Have they been able to respond in any way, Lyle?
I mean, yeah, they've been on top for the whole game since then as well. I mean, since they've conceded, Arsenal have just gone back to the norm. They've flooded forward. They've tried to get a chance here. It was Freedom Adam who cut in on her right foot from the left side with the gorgeous cross all the way, looped all the way to the back post, and Chloe Lacasse on her WSL debut was there with a flying header, but she just couldn't direct it into the back of the net, and it just went wide. And just now at the moment, the cavalry is on for Arsenal. It's a triple change that's being prepared. Not too sure who's coming on yet, but Arsenal going for the reinforcements. At the moment, it's still Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1, 63 minutes played.
So 63 minutes played there. Meanwhile, at the City Ground, there's been a second goal.
The goals, Powered by NairaBet.
Our betting experts said there's absolutely no chance of a team with 10 men coming from behind to win. But Nottingham Forest want to prove him wrong as they've equalised in the game against Brentford. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Brentford 1. 26 point odds they had to turn it around. A quite stunning header has put Nottingham Forest level there. We will join Daka very, very shortly to get all of the details of that goal. So one apiece of the game between Nottingham Forest and Brentford in the Premier League, a game that has come to life in the second half. Let's just bring you up to date with the latest odds. That goal for Forest has put Nottingham Forest at 9.00 to go on and take the victory. A draw at 1.95 and Brentford to win 2.40. Those are the latest odds following that equaliser goal for Nottingham Forest. In our game that we are featuring in Serie A, we've got, in fact, let's do the odds very, very shortly. Let's go straight to the City ground and let's hear about that goal from Dukadopa.
Yeah, it's a fantastic header from Dominguez. And it's a brilliant bit of play from the two substitutes who were just brought on, Morgan Gibbs-White and Harry Toffolo. And Harry Toffolo whips the ball in. It's a brilliant cross, and Dominguez just guides the header, and it goes over the stretching Flecken. And it is all level here at the City ground. Nottingham Forest 1, Brentford 1.
So one apiece there. Let's go over to Germany. Our game we're featuring there, Darmstadt versus Werder Bremen. We're at half-time, and it's a 2-goal lead for the home side. And very much on top from the first whistle. It's a bit of a shock there, Tom.
Yeah, very much on top from the first whistle. It was a very fast start, obviously taking the lead in the 4th minute. Came right out of the traps. Werder Bremen just simply haven't got going in this game. Obviously, this win would take Darmstadt out of the relegation zone at the bottom. It's a bit too early to be looking at positions in the table, but it's a huge first win after promotion. And on 25 minutes, they doubled their lead through Tim Skarka. Both goals were... Werder Bremen will be looking at them from defensively, be very disappointed, but you have to say they were both finished beautifully. Not finishes of a team that are down the bottom low on confidence. As far as Werder Bremen are concerned, they're going to have to come out a completely different team in this second half, because if it carries on like this, Darmstadt will be looking at one of the easier 3 points they'll hopefully win in the Bundesliga this season. Half-time in this game, it's 2-0 Darmstadt.
The Darmstadt with a 2-goal lead. The latest odds for them, 1.17 for Darmstadt to go on and claim all 3 points, 7.50 for the draw, and 19.00 for Werder Bremen to complete a quite remarkable comeback and win by 3-2. There's been another chance in the game between Arsenal and Liverpool, and there's no surprise which way that's the chances have gone.
Yeah, both. It was a double chance really for Arsenal, and the 3 substitutions were Palova, Alstedt, and Lena Hurtig coming on, and it was the 2 substitutes combining. It was back-to-back corners from Victoria Palova. She swung the first one, and it came directly off the post. It fell out to Lena Hurtig on the penalty spot. There were about 6 Liverpool players stood on the line, so she tried to put it in the back of the net, couldn't get it in. And then the second corner, again, put in by Palova, and the header was, I believe, from Kim Little, and it went just wide. So again, more chances coming for Arsenal, but still no luck at the moment. 67 minutes played, Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1.
So still a goal to the good for Liverpool away at Arsenal. Meanwhile, in Turkey, there's been a 3rd goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
He's missed chances. He's been denied by the goalkeeper. He's had a goal ruled out for a foul. But finally, he's on the score sheet. It's Edin Dzeko to make it Fenerbahce 3, Rizespor 0. Let's go to Ethan Gardner to hear all about it.
Well, what a relief for Edin Dzeko. Finally, he has his 5th of the season. But in actual fact, he's not really the star of that goal. It was a very well taken finish. But the goal scorer of the second goal, Calvecchi, is the man that they keep replaying. A lovely bit of skill in the midfield. He actually roulette turned a midfielder and then passed it to Fred. He was laid in again, and Calvecchi is the one who put the ball through to Dzeko to finish off the chance. A goal entirely made very impressively by the right winger. Fenerbahce are asserting their dominance here, despite some bright sparks from Rizespor midfielder Ibrahim Olawoyan, who came on at half-time. After 63 minutes, Fenerbahce 3, Rizespor 0.
The Fenerbahce 3, Rizespor 0. Our other featured games, Nottingham Forest 1, Brentford 1, Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0 in the Women's Super League in In Germany, it's half-time. Darmstadt 2, Werder Bremen 0. And in Italy, Udinese 1, Genoa 2. And the game that's just kicked off in the Liga, Alaves 0, Osasuna 0. You are, of course, listening to Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. This is Football Live with Dean Kilford.
Indeed, what an action-packed week we've got to look forward to next weekend, but there's still plenty of life in this weekend's and today's games, including the game in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest down to 10 men, level 1, Brentford 1, and it's been a couple of changes for the away teams. They look to break down this 10-man Nottingham Forest team and maybe find a winner. Duka Duppa to bring us up to date with those changes.
Yes, Brentford have just brought on Nigerian midfielder Frank Onyeka, and hopefully he can make an impact off the bench. I mean, obviously with Nottingham Forest down to 10 men, you want to get as many fresh legs on as possible. And with Frank Onyeka on, he could definitely cause some issues to a very weakened Nottingham Forest side. But at the minute, it's still 1-1 here at the City Ground.
Indeed, still a goal apiece there. We saw how difficult it was for Tottenham Hotspur to take on 9 players yesterday. So 10 just as difficult, I believe. So let's head over to Turkey, Fenerbahce versus Rizespor, where there's been a bit of an incident involving a couple of the Nigerian players, Ethan.
Yes, well, there was a little bit of a collision, quite a hard one. Both players going in for a tackle. It was Ibrahim Olawoyan of Rizespor up against Bright Asei Samuel, the 2 Nigerian players on the pitch, meeting in quite a harsh challenge. They've both got up and walked off. They are okay. They're both going to carry on. But initially, they both looked like they'd come off of that quite hurt. There have also been some substitutions made. And in my opinion, the man of the match, Kavechi, has been substituted off for a name some Premier League fans may recognise. Joshua King, formerly of Bournemouth fame, has come on the right-hand side for Fenerbahce, perhaps indicating that they're actually looking to score more here, even though after 69 minutes, it remains Fenerbahce 3, Rizespor 0.
So still 3-0 there, and Fenerbahce firmly on course to leapfrog Galatasaray and to the top of the Turkish Super Lig. Let's head back to Italy. The game we're covering, Udinese versus Genoa, where there was a potential check for a penalty, Matt.
Yes, Udinese very, very close to being given a gift of getting back into this game here, but the penalty was not given in the end. It was actually a free kick on the edge of the box that was given. They were just checking to see whether the tackle was inside the box. It was very, very close. It was actually a foul by the Genoa fullback Regiciano Haps on Festi Ebosele for Udinese. A great turn by Ebosele, and he got caught on the foot by Haps. It was very, very close to being in the penalty area, but a free kick given. The free kick came to nothing. Udinese starting to create some chances here, though, and may well find themselves back in the game if they continue pressing for that equaliser. It's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
Thank you very much, Matt. So Udinese 1, Genoa 2. Udinese winless and struggling in the league, but showing some signs of life in that and searching for an equaliser. We're back underway in the second half, and our game we're featuring in the German Bundesliga. Darmstadt 2, Werder Bremen 0 was the half-time score. We'll go and join Tom with any action takes place in the second half there. Let's bring you up to date with the scores elsewhere. So as you heard in the English Premier League, Nottingham Forest 1, Brentford 1, Nottingham Forest down to 10 men earlier this afternoon in the English Championship. Blackburn Rovers 1, Leicester City 4. Jamie Vardy amongst the goals, and Nate hammering for the away side, which sees them leapfrog Ipswich Town to go to the top of the Championship. In the Women's Super League, in the lunchtime kick of Aston Villa Women 1, a Rachel Daly goal wasn't enough to see them home. Manchester United with 2 late goals turned this game on its head, and they, for the very, very early stages of the Women's Super League, sat atop it. So finished Aston Villa Women 1, Manchester United Women 2. Also finished Everton Women 1, Brighton Women 2. The game we're featuring on Football Live, Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 1. There's about 15 minutes or so left to go in that one. And in the other 2 o'clock kickoff, it's Bristol City women 1, Leicester City women 3. So as it stands, Leicester City women would go to the top of the table. And in the 3 o'clock kickoff, it's West Ham United women 0, Manchester City women 0. Manchester City women looking to go one better than they did last year, where they finished second, just losing out in the final stage of the season. I can tell you in Germany, there has been a third goal at the start of the second half.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Marvin Mellum has made it 3-0 to Darmstadt. They are absolutely running riots at home against Werder Bremen. A wonderful afternoon for Darmstadt, who have had a shocking start to the season. But they are adjusting to life and certainly enjoying this Sunday. We will go and join Tom very, very shortly to hear details of that goal. Meanwhile, let's go back to Turkey and the game between Fenerbahce and Rizespor, where there's been a big chance of potential penalty, Ethan.
Well, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what I've just seen. Somehow, Dusan Tadic has missed a wide open opportunity. Brilliant work down the right-hand side from Bright Osei Samuel, who's been very, very dangerous down that side all afternoon. He got into the box, put it across for Tadic, and the ball just went under his foot. He then went back to regather it and was brought down in the box by Ibrahim Alawoyan. Having seen the highlight, in my opinion, that should have been a penalty, but it wasn't given by the referee. VAR didn't correct him, and play went on. Tadic not happy, Fenerbahce not happy. Perhaps they feel like they should have had a gilt-edged opportunity to get a fourth, but after 73 minutes, it remains Fenerbahce 3, Rizespor 0 here.
So 3-0 there, as it is in Germany. Darmstadt 3, Werder Bremen 0. In Italy, earlier on, it was Bologna 3, Empoli 0. That was the lunchtime kickoff. And the game we're featuring, Udinese 1, Genoa 2. Let's go and check in with that game. Udinese was starting to come back into this game. Have they been able to keep that momentum going, Matthew?
They are starting to get a little bit of momentum in this game. The manager has made a few changes. Among them was the once highly rated French attacker Florian Thauvin. He's brought a bit more composure on the ball. They really need to be more aggressive here and start to create some shots on goal, because Genoa, I have to say, still look quite comfortable despite Udinese having more of the ball and starting to create some more chances. But Udinese really need a goal quite soon here. We're approaching the 80-minute mark at Udinese, and it's Udinese 1, Genoa 2.
Brilliant stuff. Let's go straight back to Germany, and let's hear about that third goal for Darmstadt. That came as Bremen was starting to get their foothold into this game, didn't it, Tom?
Well, Dean, I was just going to report that Werder Bremen had started the second half wonderfully well. A brilliant set piece was fired in, and almost an own goal that bounced off the post, hit the keeper, and trickled just wide. And then Darmstadt go up the other end, and once again, Bremen are the architects of their own downfall. The ball was played in behind. Bremen won the ball back and were playing back into the midfield. I actually thought there was a foul and the referee was going to stop, but it was a lazy pass into midfield, completely, give the ball away under pressure. I didn't see who it fell to, but one time touched into Marvin Mellum, who has a simple touch, 1v1 on the edge of the 6-yard box to make it 3-0. And you have to say, that's probably game over now. It's a long way back for Bremen because they've not looked likely at all, other than for about 60 seconds at the start of the second half. We are 51 minutes gone in this game. It's Darmstadt 3, Werder Bremen 0.
So 3-0 there, but in Turkey, there's been a fourth goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And we thought the floodgates might open, and Tadic has kept the scoreline flowing. The goals starting to come now. Here to tell us all about it is Ethan Gardner.
Well, he's made up for his gilt-edged miss just a few minutes ago with a goal here, Dusan Tadic. The chance actually looked to have gone. It was Joshua King originally who had the ball. He didn't lay in Edin Dzeko, controversially, and carried on trying to go on his own. He took a shot and it cannoned off of a Rizespor defender. It fell to Tadic, who was offside, having seen the replays. No VAR check again here. And it did fall to his feet. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It was an easy enough finish for a man who at Ajax would have taken that every single day of the week. And he does here again at Fenerbahce. After 76 minutes, it's Fenerbahce 4, Rizespor 0.
The scoreline reflecting the dominance for Fenerbahce in that one. Let's go over to our game in Spain. Alaves versus Osasuna. How's this one started, Cam?
Very poorly from Osasuna. They have really been poor. Every time they've got the ball, they try and funnel it out wide, and they just want to hit an early cross every single time. And now they're panicking. And it was an average cross from Ruben Peña. It's one of them chip ones to the far post. And just because they haven't had a shot on target or anything close to it, Jose Arnaiz just decides to attempt a bicycle kick. And it's gone closer to probably the car park than it has the goal. It is so poor. He's completely facing the wrong way and he just hits it more to the corner flag than the goal. It's still 0-0, 28 minutes in.
Well, look forward to seeing that one again, or maybe he won't actually, Cam. But let's go to the game in the English Premier League. Nottingham Forest down to 10 men against Brentford. Surely you'd think the away side would be more likely to push for a winner.
Yeah, at the minute it's Brentford who've had all the possession, but no real chances for either side. Again, it's just Nottingham Forest just sitting back and trying to catch them on the counter. They've made a few substitutes. Nottingham Forest, Chris Wood has come on, and Divock Origi has come on for Taiwo Awoniyi, who hasn't had his best game in a Nottingham Forest shirt. Granted, Forest have been down to 10 men for the best part of nearly 30 minutes now. So he hasn't really had a lot to be able to do, and a lot of balls fed into him today, which Brentford have dealt with very, very well defensively so far. But Divock Origi and Chris Wood coming on, which sees Nottingham Forest maybe go a little bit more attacking, albeit they are down to 10 men, so they do have to be wary of that. But still 1-1 here at the City Ground.
Thank you very much. Still 1-1 there. One game that isn't level is the game in the Women's Super League. Arsenal women dominating the game, but find themselves a goal down to Liverpool. Are Arsenal getting any closer to finding this elusive goal, Lyle?
I'll tell you what, they actually are getting quite a bit closer. I've just had to have a look in the dugout and make sure it's not prime 2014 Diego Simeone in the dugout for Liverpool, because the dark arts on display in this second half, the time wasting, the fouling, everything has been fantastic for them. They've pretty much locked down Arsenal overall, and they've just had a chance, Arsenal, really one of the few in this second half. It was a cross that was put into the box by Pelova. It was just a flicked on header by Jen Beattie, and it just looped over the bar. Oh, I think it might have kissed the crossbar on the way over, but at the moment, Liverpool, it's 5 minutes left, and they're playing perfectly at the moment with this 1-0 lead. Nobody expected them to come and win, but at the moment, 84 minutes played, Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1.
So Liverpool holding on as it stands for a shock victory to start the Women's Super League. Elsewhere, Leicester City have scored a fourth goal in their game away at Bristol City Women. So it's 4-1 for the visitors there, emulating the men's team who earlier won 4-1 against Blackburn in the Championship. Let's go back to Turkey, where Fenerbahce are filling their boots in the game against Rizespor. But Rizespor almost spoiled the party. Well, or at least just try to join the party, Ethan.
Yeah, well, I'm not particularly sure why, but the fourth goal seems to have actually woken Rizespor up. There was an opportunity just before, which could have actually been checked by VAR for a penalty. There looked to have been an elbow from Ghanaian international Jiku on Lina and one of the attackers for Rizespor. It went to a corner, and from that corner, the ball then fell to English midfielder Jonjo Shelvey, who whipped in what looked like quite a vicious shot. It was just over the bar, and they're now starting to wake up, starting to get in the game, starting to commit some fouls and actually try and get the ball back. There is only 10 minutes left of the game. Fenerbahce are 4-0 up, so I'm not quite sure what Rizespor's plan here is, but after 80 minutes, Fenerbahce 4, Rizespor 0 it remains.
The 4-0 to Fenerbahce, who are marching towards the top of the Turkish Super League. In the Women's Super League, goals going in very quickly in the game between Bristol City Women and Leicester City Women. It was 4-1, now it's 4-2. Bristol City Women getting a goal back in that one to grab a late consolation. But as it stands, Leicester City Women going to the top of the earlier league. Elsewhere, it's West Ham Women 0, Manchester City Women 0. In our featured game, it's Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1. And the later game sees Chelsea Women take on Tottenham Women. Chelsea, of course, the current League champions. Let's go back to the game in the English Premier League. Nottingham Forest with about 5 minutes or so to go to hold on to a valuable point at home to Brentford and keep intact that impressive home record.
Yeah, Steve Cooper will be thoroughly impressed with his size display so far, especially being down to 10 men. I mean, before the game today, I think Thomas Frank would have probably been the happier of the managers as it stands right now. But with Forest being down to 10 men, Thomas Frank will definitely be scratching his head on how they haven't capitalised so far on the opportunity to go ahead with Forest being down to 10. But as it stands, it is Brentford still putting all the pressure on to Forest at the minute, but still nothing yet to scream home about. No chances really being created. Forest resolute at the back and aren't really allowing Brentford to have a sniff in front of goal at the minute.
Well, hopefully there'll be a chance or two before the end of this one. There's about 4 minutes or so to go of normal time, plus stoppage time, of course, in that one. Let's go back to Germany, the game between Darmstadt and Werder Bremen. It was all Darmstadt, and they got their third goal, but Bremen started the second half strongly, and were very, very close to getting one back, weren't they, Tom?
Well, there's been two occasions in the last couple of minutes. The half-time substitute, Justin Nienma, came close first. He drove into the box from the right-hand side, chopped inside on his left foot, and he fires it into the far corner. Didn't really get hold of it, but the keeper got down well and saved. That was a big opportunity. And then about 60 seconds later, the ball was slipped through. Nice through ball. Completely took the Darmstadt defence out of the equation. And Marvin Duksch was through on goal. He takes it round the keeper, but he takes too much of a heavy touch. He ends up having to leave it for Nienma to collect and try and bring it back into the box, by which time the defenders were in place and managed to block it and get it away. So there's still signs of life in this game for Bremen. We're 60 minutes gone in this. It's 3-0 still, but maybe not over yet.
Maybe not over yet. The odds currently suspended in that game. Werder Bremen were at 81.00 at one stage. It was down to 69.00 moments. It suspended the odds there. Meanwhile, Onyeka has afternoon. He's been involved in the game, but maybe not how he'd like. Doka Dobma.
Yeah, no, he's just picked up a booking. There's a heavy touch from him, and Morgan Gibbs-White has picked it up and taken it round him. And as he's taken it round him, Onyeka has taken Gibbs-White out, and it's a deserved yellow card. And then Brentford just had a really good chance. We saw Gibbs-White in action defensively this time. I think it was Wissa who was, or Embuemo, sorry, I think it was one-on-one. And Gibbs-White has come back, made a fantastic challenge, which puts the ball out for a corner for Brentford. But it's end-to-end stuff here at the City Ground.
End-to-end stuff at the City Ground, but neither side yet to find a winner. We're just going to be, just seen the board go up. 13 minutes of injury time to be added onto that one. So it's a long, long way from home for Nottingham Forest, and their fans are nervy. 13 injury minutes to be played in that game. Meanwhile, in Germany, there's been a fourth goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
As Werder Bremen were looking to get their way back into the game, they have conceded a fourth goal. Tobias Kemper from the penalty spot. It was a VAR reviewed penalty decision. We'll hear about that from Tom very, very shortly. Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 0. The latest score in Germany, our featured goal. Meanwhile, in Spain, there's been an opening goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, we heard Osasuna started the game really poorly. They had a spectacular overhead kick that went into row Z, but they have taken the lead. Jose Manuel Arnez has scored for the visitors to give them the lead at Alaves. It's Alaves 0, Osasuna 1. Let's go to the game in Germany. Let's hear about that fourth Darmstadt goal. Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 0. And just when Werder Bremen started to get back into the game, they get hit with another goal, Tom.
Yeah, forget everything I said a minute ago. This is one-way traffic, this game. I didn't actually see what had happened because we were setting up for a corner and then the referee sent over to the VAR screen. It's one of those, if you're watching the Premier League, it's never going to be given as a handball. The ball's hit, and it's Christian Gross who just recoils and turns his back on it, but his hand it's very close to his face, but it's just slightly up. And obviously the ball hits it and goes over. He's very, very unfortunate. But the referee took a look at the screen and gave the penalty. And then Tobias Kemper, it's a poor penalty. I think he's trying to send the keeper the other way. He rolls it into the bottom left. The keeper completely goes the right way. I think he thinks he's going to save it, but it bobbles over his hand and goes in. With 62 minutes gone, 4-0 Darmstadt. No way back in this game for Werder Bremen now.
No way back for Werder Bremen, but there has been a way back for Udinese.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Samardzic has scored an equaliser for Udinese, who have levelled things against Genoa. With the chances have been coming, they've been pushing for it, and they have finally got that equalising goal. Let's go straight to Matt and hear about that equalising goal in Italy.
Yes, and Udinese have got an equaliser in this game, really against the run of play. They haven't looked dangerous at all. They've had a lot of the ball, but haven't created any chances, and they've been relying on set pieces. And it was a corner kick by Samardzic, Lazar Samardzic, who's been taking set pieces very well. He came on as a substitute halfway through the second half. It's not actually his goal. He takes the corner deep into the box, and it's an own goal from the substitute, Alan Machuro. The ball goes over the goalkeeper's head, hits Machuro, and bounces into the empty net. A lifeline here for Udinese. Can they hang on? I think Genoa haven't created many chances in the second half, and they took off the two strikers that were playing so well, Retegui and Goodmanson. So we might see this one play out as a draw, or will there be a winner in Udinese? It's Udinese 2, Genoa 2.
Two apiece there. Let's go and hear about that opening goal in the game between Alaves and Osasuna, Cameron.
It's an absolute screamer from Jose Arias. He's got no right to take it from there. Ruben Garcia goes charging on the right-hand side, decides to see him free, 30 yards out, left side of the penalty area. So what does he do? He takes it on his left foot, now cuts to the right, and just lashes it into the top corner. Herrera had absolutely no chance. The power he got in it, the curl he got in it, was unbelievable. And out of nowhere, from nothing, Osasuna have the lead. It's 1-0, 39 minutes in.
So 1-0 there. Goals everywhere in the games we're covering here on Football Live. We'll bring you the full-time scores and reports after we go back to the team in Nigeria. FJ on the side, it's over to you.
You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, thank you very much, FJ and the team. And whilst we've been away from you, there have been more goals.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
There was a fifth goal for Fenerbahce in their game against Rizespor, which has finished 5-0. But meanwhile, the drama is happening in Germany, where not one, but two goals have gone in the back of the net. Here to describe them for us is our very own Tom Cooney.
I'm not going to predict what happens next in this game. Since we last spoke, 2 goals for Werder Bremen. They've halved the deficit in this game. The first one was a classic goal that you'll see at any level, but you have to appreciate the skill involved. Mitchell Weiser down the right-hand side, just whipped a fantastic cross over to the far post, and it was Olivier Deman who rose above his man with a bullet header at the far post. And just now, before you came to me, Bremen have woken up, even with 10 minutes to go. That they still smell there's something in this game. They forced a string of corners. The ball was cleared from the latest one, and it was played back forward. It was a fantastic dummy. I didn't see who it was, but it took everyone by surprise. And then 2 players were left in behind, and it was squared for the defender Velkovic to tap in from about 3 yards. So with 18 minutes gone in this game, 10 to go, it's 4-2 to Darmstadt, but Werder Bremen, they're not done yet.
Absolute thrilling game there in Germany, Bundesliga. So Darmstadt now 1.03 to hold on to the 4-2 lead. Remember, it was a 4-goal lead just a few minutes ago. It's 19.00 the draw, or it's 81.00 if you fancy Werder Bremen to get 3 very, very late goals and complete. I don't think I've ever seen a game go from 4-0 to 5-4 in about 20 minutes, but I'm sure someone will correct me if that is the case. But it's full time in all the other games we're featuring, and let's start with our game in the English Premier League. That game featured 10-man Nottingham Forest holding on for a valuable point against Brentford. And our man describing all of the action there is Duka Dogma.
Yeah, well-earned point for both sides, I'd say. I think Brentford did press very late on. A very good few chances for Norgard, Morpay and Wissa all getting in on the action, but nothing was in the back of the net in those last sort of 13 minutes of added time. But Forest obviously down to 10 men just before the hour mark in the game. After starting the game very, very brightly, they found themselves a goal behind straight after that red card as well. So it was a double jeopardy really for them. You know, they really didn't help themselves in that situation. Christian Norgard heading Brentford ahead there, and then about 5-10 minutes later, Nicolas Dominguez headed home a fantastic Harry Toffolo cross, and it was a fantastic header where Flecken was outstretched and the header just looped over him. It was almost Robin Van Persie-esque without the diving header part. But, you know, a well-earned point for both sides. I think Brentford will feel maybe a little hard done by, obviously being that, having the man extra in during the game. I think Thomas Frank will be a little bit more disappointed out of the two managers. But, you know, Nottingham Forest keeping their unbeaten streak at the City Ground, and Brentford ending their losing streak. So I can imagine both managers won't be too upset tonight.
Indeed. A good point for Brentford away at Nottingham Forest, but it could and maybe should have been more, having a man advantage for the last half hour or so in that game. That result sees Brentford the draw specialists, and that's 4 draws in their opening 7 games. That's more than any other side. It sees them in 13th place with 7 points from their 7 games, scored 10, conceded 10. For Nottingham Forest, they're a point better off, 2 wins, 2 draws, and 3 defeats from their opening 7 games with a -2 goal difference. They've got 8 points and sit just 1 point behind Manchester United, who occupy 10th. So that's the English Premier League. Let's head over to a wonderful game in Italy. Udinese taking on Genoa, and covering this game and giving us all of the reaction from Italy is Matt Temporal.
Yes, and despite Genoa's impressive play, they share the points with Udinese here at Stadio Friuli. It was 2-2 in the end. It all started with a poor goal kick from the Udinese goalkeeper Marco Silvestri. That landed at the feet of Albert Gudmundsson, who finished impressively past the goalkeeper to make it 1-0. Then an equaliser, a bit of fortune for Lorenzo Luca as he finished a hopeful ball into the box. Very quickly after that, Albert Gudmundsson struck again after having a goal disallowed, this time on the end of a fantastic crossfield ball by Ruslan Malinovsky, who turned defence into attack as fast as lightning. Very impressive there. And then in the second half, Udinese huffed and puffed. They really struggled to get any chances whatsoever, but they were saved by an own goal by substitute Alan Machuro, who got on the end of a free kick by Lazar Samardzic and put the ball past his own goalkeeper. That was very late on in the game and seemed to rescue a point for Udinese, who were probably buoyant and looking for a winner. But any hopes of a winner were quickly dampened by a red card by Sandy Lovric after a very poor challenge on Junior Macias. So opportunity miss for Genoa. Udinese, they remain 1 place above the bottom 3. Still without a win this season, but 1 point, certainly better than none today. It was 2-2 in the end.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. So that point, as I said, just keeps Udinese above the relegation zone. 4 draws and 3 defeats from their opening 7 games. But that -8 goal difference does not look good and the table in this early stages. That point for Genoa sees them remain in 12th in the table, 2 wins, 2 draws and 3 defeats from their opening 7 games. They remain level on points. Well, they are joint Torino level on points with them, and are 3 points off that Europa Conference place, which is currently occupied by Fiorentina. The Women's Super League started today. In fact, we'll go there very, very shortly. Let's go back to Germany, where a thrilling encounter is taking place in the game between Darmstadt and Werder Bremen. Darmstadt, with 4 goals to the good, Werder Bremen have pulled 2 goals back very quickly and looking to push for an equaliser. But Darmstadt aren't having any of it, are they, Tom?
Well, it's turned into a great game. It should have been over at 4-0, but obviously that wasn't the case. But it should have been over again just now. Bremen were caught out. I think it was Christian Gross. He played 2 players on side when the ball was turned over the top. He was a bit slow to come out, and it was Fraser Hornby that was away through on goal, and he had his teammate Matthias Honsack level with him. Tried to lob a pass over, but he just looped it too much, so Honsack had to wait an age for it to come down, by which time Gross managed to get across and put enough pressure so that he snatched at his volley and it went into the side netting. A great opportunity. We've still got a couple of minutes left in this game, and whatever the referee decides to add on. And it's Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 2, but maybe it's not over yet.
He certainly wouldn't rule out being another goal in that one. It's currently 4-2 to Darmstadt. Let's go to the opening day of the Women's Super League, the game taking place between Arsenal women and Liverpool women. This was a game that Arsenal completely dominated. So, of course, Liverpool turned up and took all 3 points home with them. Here reporting on that game for us is Anthony Golding.
Yeah, of course. It was typical that's how it would turn out. That's football as we do know it. And the 50,000 plus Arsenal fans that turn up at the Emirates are now going home quite disappointing. And it's a team that had no away wins last season. Liverpool, without a win at all in 2022-23, came to the home of the 3rd place team from last year and beat them 1-0. And it was a former Arsenal player, Miri Taylor, that had the winner early into the second half. And it's actually Liverpool's first WSL away win since January of 2020, before the pandemic. That's absolutely insane stuff. But overall, on the balance of the game, Arsenal will be so disappointed that they couldn't at least get a draw out of this game. Some absolute heroics from the Liverpool keeper, Richard Laws, throughout the 90 minutes and even into the 10 minutes of added time that we had at the end of the game. Arsenal just couldn't find a way to get a goal, and Liverpool will be so pleased with this win. So, I mean, I'm reporting here, Liverpool have put a shock into the system, and Arsenal, after dropping out of the Champions League, now lose their home opener. It's a horrendous start to the season for them. Full time here at the Emirates, it's Arsenal 0, Liverpool 1.
Thank you very much for that, Lyle. And that news is going to filter in elsewhere around the grounds. And last year's 2nd place team, Manchester City, have scored 2 goals in the second half. Hemp and Roard with 2 goals for the visitors that see them lead over the Hammers. And the team that finished second, that wanted to go on better, have made an early march on Arsenal in the early standings of the Women's Super League. Let's go over to the game in Turkey, Fenerbahce versus Rizespor. We missed a goal from you, Ethan Gardner, but I'm sure you can tell us all about that and the 4 before it, as Fenerbahce run away 5-0 winners. Here's Ethan Gardner.
Yes, well, the final goal of the game, came from Joshua King. It was a good header back across the box past the goalkeeper. In truth, it was an incredibly easy goal. This match really was over after the 3rd minute opener from Sebastian Szymanski. Further goals, of course, coming from Kaveci, Dzeko, Tadic, and that last one I just mentioned by King, as well as a 6th that was ruled out by VAR. Of course, Edin Dzeko putting the ball into the back of the net in the first half, and it not being given due to a handball by Bright Osei Samuel. Overall, Fenerbahce utterly dominant, as they were in their previous 6 games in the Super League. This is 7 from 7. They are on the march towards a potential 20th Turkish Super League title. As for Rizespor, maybe it was a bit of a wake-up call. Unbeaten in their last 5, having only lost on the opening day, but last season they were in the 2nd division, and they've come up against the best team on form at the moment in Turkey, and they've had their eyes open to what life is really like back in the Super League. At full time here, Fenerbahce 5, Rizespor 0.
So Fenerbahce 5, goal win for them, which sees them go to the top of the league. Galatasaray into that top spot in the early stages of the Turkish Super League. It's really impressive. 7 wins from 7, 18 goals scored, just 3 conceded. An impressive goal difference of plus 15 and 7 wins on the spin. Puts them 2 points clear of their rivals Galatasaray, who have 19 points in their opening 17 games. It's half time in the game in Spain. Alaves versus Osasuna. It's the visitors that have the lead there, and Cameron Wilson can describe the first half for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Osasuna managed to take the lead from an absolute wonder goal from Jose Arenas. But Osasuna weren't very good. Yes, they had the most wonderful goal you're probably going to see this entire game week, but they created nothing else in the game. They were so poor for about 25 minutes up until that goal. And then you look at their fullbacks, Juan Cruz and Aki Peña, they were getting absolutely skinned by Solo and Luis Rioja. And all they had to do, if the pair of them was as good as Kike in the air, perhaps Deportivo Alaves could have been 3 up. But they weren't. They were so wasteful, and their decision-making inside the box has really costed them. They've had the better chances. They've had way more shots. 6 shots to Osasuna's 2. And they'll need to really get back into this through them wingers. 1-0. Just about to begin the second half.
That's it. 1-0. Yeah, second. Our team's just about to come out there. Alaves versus Osasuna. Osasuna with that lead. The latest odds from Nerabet on their website. Of course, they are subject to change. Alaves 8.00 to complete a second half turnaround and win this game. It's 3.40 you'll get for the draw, and 1.62 for Osasuna to hold on for the away win. And given how the first half has gone, Alaves might be very good value for that 8.00, but they just couldn't find a way to put the ball into the back of the net. So let's go and check in with Germany. We're very, very closing stages in our featured game in the Bundesliga, Darmstadt versus Werder Bremen. Any chance of Werder Bremen really putting a shock in the system and grabbing a third?
Well, we've only got a couple of minutes to go of the 5 minutes of added on time here. And to be honest, I think we've probably seen the end of the goals. I think Werder Bremen, obviously going 4-0 down in this game, probably just left themselves a little bit too much to do in the last 15, 20 minutes of the game. As I say, a couple of minutes to go. It looks like we're just going through the motions now. The final whistle not far away.
Brilliant stuff. We'll be back with you for the closing moments of that one, Tom. We're into the 3rd minute of stoppage time in that game. So let's just run through the scores then from today's games so far. It finished in the English Premier League. Nottingham Forest won, Brentford won. Nottingham Forest went down to 10 men and then conceded a goal from the resulting free kick. But a wonderful header, an equaliser from Dominguez, has rescued a point for Forest and maintained their home unbeaten record this season. In the English Championship, it finished Blackburn Rovers 1, Leicester City 4. Leicester City romp to the top of the table. They leapfrog Ipswich Town to take first place and are looking for an early return back to the English Premier League. In the Women's Super League, which started today, in the earlier game, Aston Villa women 1, Manchester United women 2. 2 late goals saw Manchester United come from behind to win that game after Rachel Daly had put Villa ahead. In the game at Everton, it finished Everton women 1, Brighton women 2. Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 1 was our game that we featured here, of course, on Football Live. A shock result at the Emirates Stadium, with Liverpool getting their first away win in the Super League since 2020. It's finished in the game. Bristol City women 2, Leicester City women 4. Leicester City women go to the top of the table as things stand. And the game with about 25 minutes to go is West Ham women 0, Manchester City women 2. So that brings you up to date in the Women's Super League. In League One, it's finished. Reims 2, Lyon 0. Lyon's poor start to the season continues and they remain rock bottom of the league. Le Havre 0, Lille 2. It's a full-time score. Nice 0, Brest 0, and Toulouse 3, Metz 0. All full-time scores. It's currently 20 minutes gone. Lorient 0. Montpellier 0. It's about 20 minutes gone in that one. It is full-time in Germany. Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 2. We are, of course, Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Secure an instant win with NairaBet when your team leads by 2 goals in the match. How many times has one of your betting selections had a meltdown after going 2 goals up? Don't stress. With our new 2 goals up market, if your selection goes 2 or more goals ahead at any stage in the match, then your selection will be settled as a winner, regardless of the final match result. Place your bets on the 2 goals up football market at www.nairabet.com. Include the 2 goals up selections in your bet slip with as many other selections as you want. For more details, check out our promotions page. Full terms and conditions apply. Must be over 18. Bets placed on the match winner market do not qualify. Market available on pre-match bets only. Please gamble responsibly.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Coming up next Saturday on Football Live. Manchester United against Brentford. Burnley taking on Chelsea. Premier League action. Football Live will be around the ground chasing the goals.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
You are listening to Football Live.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. This is Football Live with Dean Kilford.
Well, it is full time, as we said, in Germany. But meanwhile, we have a game going on in La Liga, the game between Alaves and Osasuna. We're about 5 minutes into the second half, and there's been a big talking point in this game, Cam Wilson.
Yeah, there's been a red card, and it's so unfair for Antonio Blanco. He's been brilliant today. You can't really rave about what he's done so far just because Deportivo haven't scored. But as they're on the attack, PK just charges into the box, splits it to Hagi, who's all he's got to do is hit it straight, and it's a goal. But Sergio Herrera decides it's not going to happen and dives so far to the left, making a brilliant save, which causes a quick burst on the counter-attack for Osasuna. And Raul Garcia just beats Antonio Blanco to the ball, collides with him as the last man. He gets sent off. Really harsh, because what it looked like to be on that attack for Deportivo is it was offside, and from an offside with no VAR looking for it, it's going to be a red card for Deportivo Alaves. 1-0 Osasuna, 54 minutes in.
The 54 minutes gone there, and it's going to be a difficult task for Alaves to get something out of this game. One team that tried, but maybe left it a little bit too late to try and get something from the game was Werder Bremen. They travelled to Darmstadt before this game, were looking for their first win of the season, and they certainly came out with a statement of intent. Here covering all of this one for Football Live is Tom Cooney.
Yeah, breathless game today in southern Germany, Dean. Darmstadt obviously getting their first win of the season, and that'll be a welcome relief to them, because in spite of going 4-0 up in this game, they in just over an hour, they made it a bit interesting towards the end as Werder Bremen came back into it. They came straight out of the traps in the first half, scoring after 4 minutes doubled their advantage midway through the first half, 2-0 up at the break, and in the second half, the game continued in the same vein. It was a strange one because at 4-0, I didn't feel like I was watching a 4-0 game. The 2 goals that Werder Bremen scored in the end, as they woke up and realised they were in a game of football, probably gave the scoreline a more appropriate look at the end of the day. But for Darmstadt, I guess the real positive there is that in quite a tight game, they took their chances, which is what they're going to need to do this season if they've got any hope of staying in the division. So that moves them out of the relegation zone. First win of the season for them. For Bremen, lots of questions for them. It's been a mixed start, but they show that they can play football in the last 20 minutes in this game. So I guess for them, they'll just have to take the positives out of this one. A really, really entertaining game of football. It's finished Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 2.
Thank you very much, Tom. So Werder Bremen remain on 6 points and 12th in the table. They've just maintained their position in the table, whereas Darmstadt have climbed out of the bottom 3. Their first win of the season sees them climb to 4 points, and they leapfrog Bochum and FC Köln in the table. 4 points from their opening 6 games, 1 win, 1 draw, 4 defeats, and they're looking up in the table. A first victory for them, although there'll be concerns at how they slipped off at the last 20 minutes or so, just to allow Werder Bremen to get back into that game. Let's just bring you up to date, carrying on going round the grounds. In France, I think we covered those ones earlier on. It's still Lorient 0, Montpellier 0. In the Bundesliga, as you heard, it's Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 2. It's just kicked off in the late game between Freiburg and Augsburg. About 2 minutes gone, still goalless in that one. In Serie A, it finished earlier on today, Bologna 3, Empoli 0. As you heard in our featured game, it was Udinese 2, Genoa 2. Udinese down to 10 men in the last couple of minutes and couldn't complete the comeback victory. Later on today, Atalanta host Juventus and AS Roma host Frosinone. In Netherlands, the Eredivisie, Nijmegen 1, Vitesse 3. Vitesse getting the 3 points in the lunchtime kickoff. Excelsior 2, Sparta Rotterdam 1, Heracles 2, Zwolle 1. And they're all full-time scores. It's just about to be half-time in the game between AZ Alkmaar and Sittard. It's currently goalless there. Earlier on, it was a thrilling game in Spain. Almeria 3, Granada 3. Almeria with 3 goals up at half-time. Granada with a grandstand finish, 3 late goals saw them claim a point at Almeria, who almost won the game late on, hit the post in the 10th minute of stoppage time in that game, but they couldn't find a winner, so the points shared in that game. The game we're currently featuring is the game between Alaves and Osasuna. Alaves, of course, down to 10 men. Osasuna with the lead. That wonder strike gave them the lead in the first half. Let's just get a little update and see how Alaves have coped, having gone down to 10 men with our man at the stadium is Cameron Wilson.
Yep, nothing really too much involved at the moment. Osasuna, they're trying to get that second. They've made a couple of substitutions, but again, nothing really has been going on since the red card. But every time they've got the ball on the left-hand side, again, quick cross, and it's just so easy to get rid of. And they deserve, realistically, just to hold on. And they're probably going to win this today because Deportivo Alaves, their substitutions have been really poor. The first touch, might I say, of Solar, he just took it, it brought it down and went straight for a throw on. It's going to be too easy for them. It's 1-0, 68 minutes in.
We'll be back to the Mendes Stadium very, very shortly. If there's any update or change to the score in the game between Alaves and Osasuna. I can tell you, in the game in the Eredivisie, AZ Alkmaar have scored a late goal in the first half to give them the lead against Sittard. It's AZ Alkmaar 1, Sittard 0. So that brings you up to date with the games we're covering, apart from the game, of course, in the Super Lig. Fenerbahce 5, Rizespor 0. Fenerbahce leapfrog Galatasaray, keeping their perfect record, 7 wins from 7 games played. So let's just have a little look back at yesterday's games. We'll start with the evening kickoff. Plenty of controversy. VAR very much on the balance, on the view. The decision to disallow a perfectly good goal, a confusion within the VAR VAR team allowed a goal that was given offside on the pitch, although it was perfectly onside, to not be given. Let's hear Jurgen Klopp's take on that decision, which denied what would have been at the time Liverpool taking the lead through Luis Diaz.
How can the ref explain the situation here? So the linesman thought obviously it's worth watching, looking again, and that's why he raised the flag. In the good old times, a linesman should have seen that as well, that this is no offside, because you had these situations quite frequently, and when you see it back, it's pretty clear. But again, nobody did it on purpose, so I cannot, again, whatever I say here, it's just creates headlines, but doesn't help the situation at all. So I'm not in that mood. Red card for Curtis. Probably everybody here in the room thinks it's a clear red card. I see that different, just because I played football and most of you probably didn't. Hit full power on the ball, rolls over the ball, and then hits the decisive part of the leg. When you see it in slow motion, it looks horrendous. Or I think when you see it in real time, it's not even close to be that bad. Second is for a normal foul, I would say. But the two situations, the first I think is clear not a yellow. Yeah, and the second, then I didn't see actually back, but it's not important. But if the second first no yellow, then it's the second a yellow maybe, and then we still play with 10 men. Made really the most of it. Was incredible mentality we showed. Was second to none. Never saw something like that. That's top.
Jurgen Klopp, diplomatic in what was a very frustrating afternoon for his team. Let's flip the coin and hear how Ange Postecoglou made of the red cards that certainly gave his side an advantage, although they struggled to find that late winner in this game.
Hard for me to comment on decisions on opposition teams. I thought the first one, Bisser's got a decent whack on his ankle, so didn't look great. I just thought the second one came from our pressure, to be honest. I thought we were pretty relentless in the second half, and we didn't allow them to sort of breathe. We obviously had the man extra, and there was a fair few fouls, and I just think there was an accumulation of those things. But again, their decisions against another team. I haven't commented on decisions against our team this year. There were a couple of times I felt could have gone either way, so I'll leave for others to sort of decide whether they're right or wrong.
Big Ange making a big impression in N17. Let's bring Tom Cooney back on air. He's been breathlessly covering the game in Germany, Darmstadt versus Werder Bremen. But let's just spill the tea on the Premier League games. And what do you take your view on those decisions, the red card, the disallowed goal, VAR? Is the Premier League VAR in crisis, Tom?
Well, we've seen a number of errors, haven't we, with VAR? And as much as it's come in to kind of clear these incidents up, football's just one of them games where it's never going to be without incident. There's always interpretation. But I do think that this is a particularly bad moment for VAR in the Premier League, because mistakes are normally made within certain parameters, aren't they, Dean? But this is a case of the officials knowing that a goal has been scored, and between them they know it's a legitimate goal, but for some reason, because there's been a bit of confusion, the game's kicked off from a free kick, and they didn't find they didn't think that it was possible to say no. Let's stop this. A goal was scored, so yeah, I can understand why Liverpool fans and very disappointed. I thought Jurgen Klopp was very calm given the circumstances. A shocker, a real shocker of a decision for VAR to make.
Indeed, and the explanation, obviously the PGMOL came out and explained the error. The VAR room thought the goal had been given, which is just ludicrous in its own way. So once they said check complete, once the game had started, they couldn't then stop the game, which seems absurd in its own right. However, just to flip the coin the other way or play devil's advocate, had we not had VAR, the goal still wouldn't have stood.
It wouldn't have stood, you're right, but I guess I think with things like offsides, we've gotten into this position where, and look, if we refer to the red card, Klopp didn't think it was a red card, but it's one of those. I can see both sides to it. They're subjective decisions, and I don't think if that was the only issue in the game, he would have necessarily lost his head over that. I mean, we've seen Liverpool get results with 10 men more than once this season. But for things like goal line technology and offsides, obviously we saw that incident a couple of years ago with the offside goal at Villa Park. That was I think it was Villa Park, or was it Sheffield, that was very, very costly. These are the decisions that you expect to be right for everyone. So if a goal is scored, it seems so bizarre to me that the check isn't carried out very clearly, where lines are drawn, and we know exactly what we are checking, and the result is made. The result of that check is communicated very clearly before play is restarted. So yeah, obviously, as you say, in the old days it wouldn't have been a goal, but these kind of decisions are the ones that I think teams expect to be right across the board.
Indeed. Well, maybe we'll catch up. We'll chat about some of the other games momentarily, Tom. But currently, there's been a chance in the game at Osasuna versus Alaves. It's still 1-0 to Osasuna there in that game. We'll bring you up to date. Have there any goals? But of course, you are listening to Football Live.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter @NairaBet and on Facebook @NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Next Saturday afternoon on Brila FM, Football Live returns, and Alex Kilford will be your host, making his debut on the show. And he's got an action-packed show for you as well. He's got 5 Premier League matches, including Manchester United's home game against Brentford, Chelsea go to Burnley, and Everton entertain Bournemouth. Tottenham go to Luton Town, and Fulham are at home to Sheffield United. In the Bundesliga, Borussia Dortmund take on Union Berlin in what promises to be an intriguing game, and it's the North East derby in the Championship as Sunderland take on Middlesbrough. An action-packed show on Brila FM next Saturday afternoon on Football Live.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, brila.net, brilasports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, BRILA. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Predict 6 correct scores to win a life-changing 20 million Naira. Naira 6 is the new and exciting free prediction game to play at www.nairabet.com. We challenge you to predict the scores of 6 pre-selected fixtures, usually from the Premier League. Guess all 6 correct and the prize is yours. The guaranteed jackpot will be up for grabs each week, with plenty of prizes for runners-up. The best thing about Naira 6 is that it is completely free to enter. All you need to do is log into nairabet.com and click the free tab. Select Naira 6 and enter your predictions. Wait for the final scores. So what are you waiting for? Available to registered players only. 1 entry per person. Must be over 18 to sign up. Full terms and conditions apply. Please gamble responsibly.
You are listening to Football Live.
Next Sunday afternoon here on Brila FM, Football Live, we'll be covering one of the big matches of the season. It's Arsenal against Manchester City from the Emirates in the Premier League. And of course, we will keep you right across the action here on Football Live. There's some great games next Sunday afternoon. Wolves against Villa is a local derby. West Ham against Newcastle, Brighton against Liverpool. They all sound very tasty. We'll also be in the German Bundesliga to see if Harry Kane can continue his excellent goal-scoring form. It's Bayern Munich against Freiburg. We'll also keep an eye on Adam Ademola Lookman as his Atalanta side go to Rome to take on Lazio in Serie A. It really is an action-packed show next Sunday afternoon. Join Chris Baldwin and the team next Sunday right here on Brila FM for Football Live.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. This is Football Live with Dean Kilford.
Well, next Sunday does look tasty indeed, doesn't it? Manchester City versus Arsenal. Boy, I'm getting excited thinking about that one. Speaking of that, Manchester City, well, they had a bit of a shock result yesterday, didn't they? Just a few days ago, people were talking about them winning the quadruple. People talking about them going unbeaten through the season to become the new Invincibles or Invincibles, whatever you want to call it. Well, that dream was well and really truly shattered. First, Newcastle beat them in the Carabao Cup, and then they lost yesterday to a Wolves team, Gary O'Neill, with a landmark victory since taking over in charge of the Golds. Let's hear from Gary O'Neill on that landmark victory for his team against Manchester City.
Rodri missing is a big plus. I think Rodri makes that team tick a lot better. Obviously, no disrespect to anyone that's playing in there today, but when he's the pivot, it's a lot more difficult to stop. Obviously, they were missing that. The result is down to the fact that we've worked unbelievably hard for the last 6 weeks. The lads are sticking to the process, understand where we're trying to get to, and yeah, they managed to put all of it together today. They put a lot in, so some tired bodies, but 8 days to get ready for the next one.
What a great victory that was for Gary O'Neill and his men against Manchester City. We'll just chat with Tom about that one momentarily, but let's check in on the game in Spain. Alaves down to 10 men, 0. Osasuna 1. Any signs of Alaves getting back into this one?
They've come mightily close twice here, and this is the best chance all game, and it's the best chance they're probably going to get. It was wonderful work. He's managed come back all the way. Ruben Duarte, has just bombed it right down the line, pushed about 60 yards, sprinting to get the cross in. And then once he's put the ball in, you think they're going to score. It hits the bar. It's Samuel Warmedion, and all he's got to do is just hit it downwards, and he doesn't. But fortunately, it rebounds, and Ruben Duarte, who's still busting a gut, decides, I'm going to hit this on the volley. And if he kept it low, if he just kept it low, he would have lashed it in because the power he had gave Sevilla no chance. But it just tips over the bar. It's still 1-0 Osasuna, 72 minutes in.
So just under 20 to play there. Alaves 0, Osasuna 1. Latest odds, Alaves 41.00 to turn it around and get the victory despite being down to 10 men. The draw will be 6.50 and the away victory Osasuna to hold on is 1.17. So, Tom, just bring you back in. What a victory for Wolves and Gary O'Neill. Results and incidents have gone against them this season. Decisions have gone against them, but they certainly came up with a landmark victory yesterday.
Yeah, huge 3 points for Wolves. I personally thought that they would struggle this year. Obviously, it wasn't an ideal start to the season with a kind of a disagreement with the manager in terms of the direction the club was taking. But it seems to be a match made in heaven. No one really expected Gary O'Neill to be available. Such was the job he did last year. But it's kind of a meeting at the right time. He's really got the team firing. It's taken a bit of time. Obviously, he's not had much time to work with them. But they've been, as you say, they've been a little bit unlucky. They've been competitive in all the games they've played, really. And yesterday they caught a Manchester City side that we like to get ahead of ourselves, don't we, and talk of the quadruple. But it's never that straightforward. He alluded to Rodri being missing, and it seems that he is very important to that side, possibly more so than the likes of Haaland, or De Bruyne that we've seen Manchester City deal with being missing in the past. If I'm right in saying it's a 3-game ban for Rodri, so he's going to be missing for that Arsenal game next week, won't he?
He is. Yeah, absolutely. He's going to miss that Arsenal. It's a big, big miss. I think probably from more importantly, as well as Rodri missing, was the fact that Wolves kept Haaland quiet. He didn't manage a shot on target for just the second time in his Manchester City career.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it with Haaland because he's one of those players, isn't he? He seems to. He will have these days where he's not in the game. Some of the hat tricks and phenomenal performances we've seen him put in last season have come from a small amount of touches in the game. So when it's not his day or Manchester City aren't aren't clicking. He really is on the periphery of things. I wouldn't read too much into that. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen him have one of them days, and I would not be surprised to see him pop up next week and bag 3 or 4. So great for Wolves. Obviously, they kept him quiet, and when you can do so, obviously these days, that gives you a chance against Manchester City.
Indeed, and what a big game that's going to be next week. Arsenal, Manchester City. You'd think Manchester City going to be even more fired up to get the 3 points in that one.
You'd think so, but obviously for Arsenal, it's a huge disappointment last year. But we have seen them, in spite of those disappointments, they have of late, improved year upon year, and they've been ticking away this season, unbeaten so far. Scoring goals, for Arsenal, they have to be looking at this with Rodri missing, and the opposition manager Gary O'Neill there referring to how much it can impact this team. Arsenal have got to be looking at that as an opportunity to lay down a marker early in the season and let Manchester City know that they've grown from last year and it's going to be a title race again, and Arsenal are ready to push them all the way this time.
Well, we will see how that pans out live on Football Live next Sunday. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very much to all of our reporters around the ground. It finished earlier on. Nottingham Forest 1, Brentford 1, Arsenal women 0, Liverpool women 1, Udinese 2, Genoa 2, Fenerbahce 5, Rizespor 0, Darmstadt 4, Werder Bremen 2, and it's currently Alaves 0, Osasuna 1. You've been listening to Football Live. I've been Dean Kilford, and we'll see you next Saturday.
Thank you for listening to Football Live this afternoon. Football Live is exclusive to Brila FM and powered by NairaBet. A big thank you to all of our reporters on today's show, which was produced by Pat Norett. Football Live is back again next Saturday.